Angeles School Board for May 12th, 2022 will come to order. An executive session is going to be conducted to review the performance of a public employee, to discuss with legal counsel matters relating to agency enforcement actions, and to consider the position to be taken in collective bargaining. We will be in executive session till about 5 minutes to 7. No action will be taken. Thank you. All right, we can I'm gonna have to punish, they're gonna be spanked. Okay. Hi. Uh-huh. Uh, we could just stand over there by that whiteboard.
Okay, does that work? And
Yeah,
then we can
that'd be
have a
fine.
seat and them all up here.
Do they need to be back here too? And that's, huh? That's a lot of folks out there.
No, there's more in the hallway.
Oh yeah, I saw them out there. I don't know if they'll all fit right
For
here.
you guys from Scholarship Night.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was so sad. Kicking God.
I'll be heading up after. I'll be heading up after, so then we'll share for the yeah.
Thank you.
Do you know how far along they are?
Okay, I've got my hammer again.
Yeah. I did, and I got too scared. I can't go on.
Where is our superintendent? Can I start without him? I think I can.
Yeah, we have a
He's
forum.
coming right now.
I was loud. Welcome. We've never had this many people, I believe, in this room. Plus, I think there are about 200 in the hall out there. Welcome to the Port Angeles School Board of Directors regular meeting for May the 12th, 2022. We're so glad to see everybody. We just came from executive session where no decisions were made, no action was taken. Carmen, would you like to introduce our board?
Thank you, Madam President. Hello and good evening. My name is Carmen Geyer, and I would like to welcome you to the May 12th, 2022 Board of Directors Board Meeting. This meeting is being presented in person and live streamed via YouTube. Please note that this meeting is open to the public and is recorded. You can listen to all past board meetings by visiting board docs through our district website. There is also a portion of the meeting that is reserved for community comments. Agenda items will be addressed as listed in the agenda. For in-person community comments, please use the sign-up sheet located in the hallway to share your comments. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called. Before making a comment, please state your name and address. You will have 3 minutes to speak. If you are viewing the meeting via YouTube and have submitted comments before the meeting, they will be read during the community comment time. In the future, if you have comments that you would like to share with the Board of Directors, please email Jenny Wilson, the Executive Assistant to the Superintendent, at jwilson@portangelesschools.org by 5 p.m. the night of the board meeting. If you have any concerns about individual district employees or specific complaints that require an administrative response, please contact the Office of the Superintendent Director. Thank you, and back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. It looks like one of our directors is absent tonight. Sarah Messner will not be with us. And our 2 students, have we heard from them? Jenny?
Luke's gonna be late, and I have to put
Okay. There's a scholarship night at the high school, which unfortunately we couldn't all be there. But we always begin our meetings with the flag salute, so if you will join me in standing and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Director Wright, will you read tribal lands for us?
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous lands of Coast Salish peoples, who have reserved territory rights to this land, specifically the Klalom tribes. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial.
Thank you. Okay, let's look at the agenda. Can I have a motion?
I'll approve to
Well, let's look at the real agenda first and then the consent agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're-
The agenda looks good.
Okay.
Yes.
And would you move about the consent?
I'll
agenda?
approve the consent agenda.
Okay.
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, I know. Okay. If you look at the very last item on the consent agenda, it says approval of donation from Koenig Subaru and Port Angeles School District, and we have a representative or two from Koenig Subaru. Here, would you come forward? Are they here? And I'll let them tell you what they have done for our school district. Welcome. Good to see you. You want to just come to the microphone over there? There we go. You have to hold it right by your mouth to make it. Oh.
Can you hear me? Good. Well, my name's Lisa Joslin, and I'm the...
It's not on.
Is it a car for all the board directors?
Testing.
Oh,
Testing,
how
1, 2.
wonderful. We
You
can
just have to go out and sign the paperwork.
Yeah. Free.
Testing 1, 2.
How's this?
Great.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Joslin, and I'm the CTE director for the district, and this is Mike Hansen. He is our auto tech instructor. He teaches at Stevens and at the high school, and we are actually here tonight to celebrate, honor, and thank one of our industry partners, Subaru. And they are our industry partner, and we're here tonight to honor them because of some efforts on Mike's part. He completed an application, went through an interview process, and our school was awarded, or actually asked to participate in the Subaru U program, and so we are now a Subaru U high school, and that's going to offer, or that's going to provide many opportunities for our students, many opportunities for the program, and it's all because of Mike's efforts, so I'd like to publicly thank him for that. And we have some guests here tonight, so I'm going to turn this over to Mike, and he can introduce and recognize our guests. Thank you.
Okay, so first we have Mr. Bill Koenig from Koenig Chevrolet. Our Subaru. I knew I was going to do that. Christian Roski and Justin Sharon from Subaru. They're here to actually present the keys to Marty for 2 cars that we received from Subaru for our Subaru University, along with a bunch of other donations that we got. We got 7 engine short blocks and 4 complete automatic transmissions for the students to work on, along with their ability to be able to do Subaru University training that the Subaru technicians do. So, Bill, I'll turn this over to you.
I'm really happy to be here. This is really exciting. I grew up in this town, and I graduated from Port Angeles High School also. So this is a really neat experience that I'm able to give back to my community that I grew up in. And now I'd like to present you guys with 2 cars. We have a 15 Forester and a 17 Crosstrek on top of the short blocks and the transmissions. That Subaru. Christian is a field engineer with Subaru, very knowledgeable. He's the guy to call when we've got an issue we can't resolve ourselves. And then Justin is our service manager. So we want to give you those. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the very gracious donation on behalf of the school district. We want much appreciation. And just so everybody in the audience hears, Our CTE programs, career and technical education programs, sometimes when there's talk in the community about our CTE programs lessening because of the Lincoln Center here, that's not true. We have a great CTE program at Port Angeles High School, as well as Lincoln High. We're expanding to Lincoln High, and then we have STEM education at Stevens. So we're doing great things with regards to our trade programs, thanks to gracious donations like this, and also good leadership from Lisa and the teachers. So thank you very much for the gracious donation.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't it? What a gift. Okay, so now that brings us to distribution of correspondence.
Okay, you have invitations to Tribal High School Senior Celebration and Parade. And you're going to be receiving a draft levy flyer from Carmen. And you just received the flyer from the scholarship night tonight.
Okay. There's a lot going on here at the end of the school year. All right, thank you. And now we get to awards, recognitions, and presentations, my favorite part. And our first presenters tonight are the Ridge program from Dry Creek School. And I think we have lots of Ridge parents here. And I know we have lots of Ridge children because I saw them in the hall. So if you don't mind, the board is going to move over here by this whiteboard, so that because the children are going to fill in here, we won't be able to see them. So if you'd like to, Michelle, I'll let you take over.
So tonight you're
All right, can you still hear me? Okay, so tonight we're sharing just a celebration of collaboration with our Dry Creek students and the Lower Elwha Klalom tribe. Part of our work together is to provide learning experiences for our students, learning about culture, learning about history, and we're so excited to have this culminating event for you. So I'm going to turn it over to, where's Harmony and Ashley? They're at the end. All right. So in just a minute, we'll have Ashley come up and Harmony, because they have been making this happen. So let's give them a big round of applause. Harmony. Okay, they're kind of shy, but they're amazing women, and they've helped put this together. And just give us a second to get everybody up here. It's so great to have so many kids here. All right, so we have a special guest here. This is Maurice, and he is going to start the presentation for us.
Hello, I am Maurice Pitchford, born on this Klalom land from Ashley Pitchford. My grandparents are Francis and Gerald Charles. Welcome to the school board meeting. Miss Harmony and Miss Ashley will now lead the welcome song. Hunter will now tell an overview about what we learned.
My name is Hunter Clark and I am in fourth.
Take the mic.
Thank you, Bruce. My name is Hunter Clark and I am in fourth grade. We began our Native American studies in September of this year, researching tribes of the eastern woodlands, southeast, plains, southwest, and northwest. We learned about their cultures and customs, roles in the family, religious practices, and way of life. Their locations in America played a huge part in the ways these tribes found or raised their food, built their homes, and got along with one another. We also learned how the diseases brought by Europeans nearly wiped out many Native American tribes, and the Indian Removal Act and Trail of Tears created difficult hardships for these first peoples. Finally, we read of influential and successful Native Americans such as Sacagawea, Maria Tallchief, and Annie Dodge Wanaka, and many others who made a positive difference in the lives of all Americans.
Warren will now share the background about Orange Shirt Day.
Hi, my name is Warren Reynolds. I was born on the land of the Klalom to Jared and Jody Reynolds. My maternal grandparents are Dan and Bodie Addington, and my paternal grandparents are Jerry and Maureen Reynolds. Orange Shirt Day is a movement celebrated on Friday, September 30th, which was made in 2013. It gets its name from the story of a 6-year-old indigenous girl who had an orange shirt to wear on the first day of boarding school. And when she got there, they immediately took it off and gave her the school uniform. The story of the little girl is symbolic of the boarding schools and the treatment of Native children common in them. On Orange Shirt Day, members of the Klalom tribe came in and told us stories long covered up of Native children who were placed in boarding schools places where their culture and language were taken from them in savage acts of culture assimilation. Our class read articles and quotes from Native Americans that survived their boarding school experiences. We also created orange shirts with Elwha decals. We wore them to remember all of the children who had never come back to their tribes and families. For many years, the accounts of Native Americans in boarding schools and the number of murdered and missing Native children were discredited by the government, despite the number of missing children, until a large number of children's bodies were found buried in a mass unmarked grave. This was proof of what the Native people had been saying for generations. Orange Shirt Day is a day for remembrance and reconciliation. Every child matters.
Sarah will now share the backgrounds of the Klalom songs.
I am Sarah Kate Butterworth, born on the traditional homelands of the Klalom to Wendy and Dean Butterworth. My maternal grandparents are Nancy and Bar Cannon, and my paternal grandparents are Karen and Don Butterworth. Since time immemorial, drumming has been an essential part of Indigenous life. It is used to tell stories and to accompany songs. Songs of warriors, songs of welcome, and songs of friendship all have a similar pattern in coastal Salish Native traditions. Usually, the tone of the pitch rises before falling down, as represented in the warrior song, a traditional song created by Tutumski Saluskin. This song traditionally starts with a solo.
Miss Grimes' class will now share about, to be honest, I forgot.
Hello, my name is Harper, and tonight I will be talking about culture. First, I'm going to explain what Klalom language and culture is. Mondays, 2 Klalom tribal people come in and teach my class about Klalom culture and history. Miss Harmony and Miss Ashley tell us stories about how they make clothing, traditions that they do, teach us how to speak Klalom, songs, and how they collect food. My favorite part of the lessons is when they told us about whenever they kill an animal or cut down a tree, they thank the object. I like that because they show a lot of respect for the world. Next, I would like to share some of my class favorite stories. We like the story of the strong people, the crab story, the blackfish, and Thunderbird and Whale. We liked all of the stories because they have special meanings of how they explain nature.
Hello, my name is Inka, and tonight I will be talking about the Klalom Potlatch our school hosted. A potlatch is a Klalom party where everyone brings foods and gifts to share with others. What we did for our potlatch was each of the 3 Ridge classes made food and shared it with everyone. We sang songs with our Klalom teachers and donated socks to people who needed them. One of the things our class liked about the potlatch was that Miss Ashley and Miss Harmony and other tribal members brought delicious smoked salmon, and they also brought masks with Klalom symbols on them.
Now Miss Harmony and Miss Ashley will lead a traditional song from the Klalom tribe named the Warrior Song.
I am Asher Irvin, born on the traditional homelands of the Multnomah, into the family of Jessica and Brandon Irvin. My maternal grandparents are Nick and Susan Morey, and my paternal grandparents are Jean and Earl Irvin.
I am Diego Watercutty, born on the traditional homelands of the Klalom, into the family of Sarah and Eric Watercutty. My maternal grandparents are Mary Jo Kane and Daryl Freeland, and my paternal grandparents are Barbara and Glenn Watercutty. To conclude, we would like to thank Miss Harmony and Mrs. Ashley for teaching us. The learning we have had in the past 5 months has been much richer than if we were just reading from a textbook.
We have been able to learn their culture up close and experience the traditions they have practiced since time immemorial. If it were not for them, we would not be here today.
Thank you.
Say that was, I'm beklempt. I always cry when the children perform. I don't know what's wrong with me. But thank you all for coming. Do we need any pictures or anything?
I better got.
I think I got a bunch. You got a bunch.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, and if you need to go, bye-bye.
And
we love having you.
Thank you to all the adults who joined tonight.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Well. So precious, so precious.
I'll have some time here in the next 20 minutes, right?
Well, just right tomorrow. So this is going to print tomorrow. So if you guys have anything, any last words, this is your time.
Looking for small typos.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
been combed over, but please, because it's going to print tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you can let me know by 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. All right. Could somebody bring up the resolution for National School Nurses Day?
Do we have a copy of it?
Yeah, it's just right here, just. I think I can see it. If you want me to, I'll read it. Okay, why don't I do that? I'll read it. Do we have any other things to read? No. Here he comes. Welcome.
Fancy. We'll be introducing the nurses.
Okay.
Dr. Rachel Summers.
Okay. I'll read the resolution.
Okay.
Wow. So she.
Was that great?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want that every time.
It was great. Yeah, let's do that every.
I wish we had kids fill in our boardroom every time. That's awesome.
We need a bigger boardroom.
Uh-oh. We certainly will look like
You
this.
bust out some walls, Marty.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. That was fabulous. Michelle and all the Ridge people, thank you. Just incredible. That was just incredible. Makes it all worthwhile. Okay, so we're moving on to 7.02, recognition of National School Nurses Day. And I'll read the resolution, and then we're going to recognize some of our nurses. We can do it this time or here.
We're gonna read it now.
We'll read it now and recognize if we have any during the next days.
Okay.
But absolutely.
Resolution number 2022-04. Whereas children are the future, and by investing in them today, we are ensuring our world for tomorrow. And whereas all students have a right to have their health needs safely met while in the school setting. And whereas children today face more complex and life-threatening health problems requiring care in school. And whereas school nurses are professional nurses that advance the well-being, academic success, and lifelong achievements of all students by providing a critical safety net for our district's most fragile children. And whereas school nurses understand the link between health and learning and are in a position to make a positive difference for children every day. Whereas Port Angeles School District staff, parents, and community are encouraged to promote the good health of our students and recognize school nurses for their effort of meeting the needs of students by improving the effective delivery of health care in our school. And now therefore the Board of Directors does hereby proclaim May 11th, 2022 School Nurses Day in the Port Angeles School District, and urges that all our citizens to join in this observance. Adopted by the Board of Directors of the Port Angeles School District, number 121, Klalom County, Washington, at a meeting of the Board of Directors held this 12th day of May, 2022. We love our school nurses. And they're not here.
They're not here tonight, but Rachel can introduce our nurses.
No. Okay, Rachel Summers, would you mind coming to the lectern? Thank you. Good to see you.
So our 4 nurses are not here. 2 of them are at the event at the high school because they have children that are seniors, and 2 are at sporting events with their kids tonight. But before I say their names, I wanted to tell everyone that this school year, our RN team has managed 325 health plans, completed over 1,538 hearing and vision screenings, done over 10,000 office visits to their health rooms, and completed over 8,000 COVID tests. I know, I heard everybody go, oh my gosh. Marlene Bradow oversees the health rooms at the high school and Jefferson Elementary, and she has a student who is a senior. Sarah Pierce oversees the health rooms at Stevens Middle School and Franklin Elementary, and she has a student involved in sports. Colwinder Sierra oversees the health rooms at Dry Creek and Hamilton Elementary, and she has a student involved in sports. And Tasha Clark oversees the health room at Roosevelt Elementary, and she has a senior. So I will make sure that these get to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to say that we appreciate our nurses. This has been such a difficult last couple of 3 years now, going into our 3rd year. It's been really hard for everybody, and to have our nurses there to back us up and to provide services is an amazing gift to us. We're so glad that we can, using, I guess, our levy money, that we can have so many school nurses. I hope there comes a day where, wouldn't it be nice if we could have one in every school? But we'll see. We do thank you, and we hope that you'll take that message to our school nurses from the board. Marty, would you like to say something?
I concur. Like, this year has been very, very difficult. But I'm proud to say that, we've been able to keep all of our kids in school and our students in school throughout the year. Think back, in August and September, the Delta variant numbers 1,200 cases per 100,000, 1,400 cases per 100,000. and we're in school. And so the nurse work there was critical to be able to complete the 8,000 tests, to maintain safety within our schools. And then January rolls around and Omicron's rearing its ugly head, and we have case counts at 2,400 and 2,500. And again, our nurses are right there on the front line doing the work, never complaining, working incredibly hard to keep our students and staff safe. So on behalf of the district and the school board, thank you very much to our school nurses for an incredible job this year.
Okay. All right. And we'll vote to pass that in our next section. We're at 7:03, which is our Family Navigator report, and Becca Larson is here with a group of friends and workers to talk about our Family Navigator program, which is one of our newer programs in this school district, and we're so proud of it.
Thank you. I have Summer Cooper. She's our Native American Family Navigator. She was hired in November of last year. And Julie Marin, she's our newest member, and she was hired in April. So she's only been with us for a month, and we've been training her well. I think she's a great addition. So we're so glad to have expanded our team. I do have some slides. That's okay. And this first section we're going to talk pretty quickly because I want to get to the real meaty part. But just basic history. We started in 2019. That's when I was hired in October. And it was just me, and it was pre-COVID, and I had an idea of how the program could look, and my goal was to really work with our school building teams to figure out where I fit within each school system. It was a new position for the district. It's not a traditional role in an educational setting, and so I really appreciated everyone's willingness to let me step in and figure out how to best make it work and to meet the needs of the students. So it started out with just me. COVID hit. We had to make a lot of adjustments. So I think that evolution is a good word for the Family Navigator program because it really has, there have been lots of changes, and we've been adapting to each new change that COVID has brought. And as our team has expanded too. So I won't go into a lot of detail. You guys are welcome to read through those slides if you're interested. 2019 meant that or 2020, we were focused on basic needs and making sure that we knew where kids were at in terms of attendance and getting them graduated. And then this year we were adding 2 additional people. So we're really excited that we've been able to expand because we've been able to increase the amount of work that and the amount we've been able to meet more needs of our students, which has been great. Next slide, please, Jenny. And the next one too is fine. So a couple months ago, I sent out a feedback survey to our building principals, to school counselors and nurses, and our secretaries. And I was really genuinely curious about how they thought the program was running. I hadn't heard their feedback in this way before, and so I'm really interested to see maybe how we could improve going forward. And 16 people responded. I was happy with those numbers. And in general, everyone is so grateful for what we do. And they also want more of us. That was the main suggestion that I heard. The last question is, how could the Navigator program be improved? And everyone said, we want more of you. And so I thought that that was a compliment. And so thankfully, we have been able to expand and meet the needs of more students. Next slide. So really, when I think about overall, general, like how would I describe our work in general? And I would say 100% it's relationship-based. Relationship-based with our team, we have to be really united because we're faced with scenarios that can be pretty challenging and can, we have to problem solve all the time. And so we have to really trust each other and have each other's backs, and we do. I would say that we get along pretty well. And Summer's going to talk about the relationships with families.
So at the heart of it, you really think about the relationships that we have with our families. And it's really important within that relationship to make sure the interactions that we have with each family are transformative, long-lasting, versus transactional, a one and done. Generally, our families know that we will help them meet their need, and recently have started to walk into the building to know that their needs will be met as well. So we try to make those relationships transformative by bringing up the strengths of the family first. What are your strong suits? How can we help build you up? We are a bridge between the family and the school district. Sometimes we are in charge or responsible for helping relay some difficult information or helping families process some pretty hard information. We help foster school connectedness, and we help families get connected to community resources.
Also, the relationship between the building level and the district level teams. There is a weekly or bi-monthly student support meeting at each school between the school administrative team and the Navigator team. This is a chance for the school staff to let them know what students they have concerns about or families they have concerns about. And then it's time for us to get the boots on the ground moving, and we can do home visits and put eyes on the child and see what the family situation is, make relationships with the families. Then we connect those families to community resource links and hopefully stabilize the situation and get the kids back in school and successful.
So the idea of a student support team meeting came in 2020, and I guess the pilot schools were Dry Creek and Stevens Middle School, and we were all virtual, and so we really just needed that time to come together as an interdisciplinary team to talk about our most at-risk students. And it was so important because we weren't seeing them in the classroom every day, and so we needed to have regular meetings to talk about those needs. And it worked out so well at Dry Creek and Stevens that we decided to implement it district-wide. And for me, it's become one of my most favorite times because we're able to do such good work. You know, we separate the tasks. People have different, one person has a different relationship with a student than I do, or a better one, or the family, and so they take on a task. But it's also a creative group too, so we can really get to some good problem solving when we're dealing with families that have multiple challenges and multiple stressors. But for us as a team, we talk about this a lot, that the meetings are really just uplifting too, because it gives us the opportunity to connect with our peers and with really passionate people. And so it helps us move forward in the work, especially when we are seeing some challenging things. So those meetings really have been so important and something that we will continue as a team for as long as we're here. And then we do have strong relationships with the community. That was something that was really important to me coming into this job. I had to know which organization, who worked at which organization. I wanted to know their name and their face and their direct number and what they do, because resources are changing so often. And it's our job to know what is going on in the community so that we can refer our families to the right resource. But it's been so valuable, and Summer will talk a little bit more about how we've been able to do some good work because of those strong relationships that we've built. So we have monthly meetings with the Serenity, or actually they're weekly meetings with the Serenity House to talk about families who are in need of housing. We have a monthly Navigator Coalition, which is a group of navigators from various community services organizations, known YMCA, the Food Bank, PBH, DCYF is going to start coming to those, where we talk about resources and then do some little trainings. Those have been really valuable. Klalom Resilience, Tribal Partners in Education, Juvenile Services, we have meetings with them regularly. So that's a really fun part of our job, is to get to know community resources and the people who work in those jobs. Summer.
Sorry. So families that we work with, we get many referrals for many different reasons, but typically our referrals are for attendance issues, excessive tardiness, excessive unexcused absences, behavioral issues, mental health, substance abuse concerns, food, transportation, other basic needs, and of course McKinney-Vento families experiencing homelessness. And typically we as navigators try to provide confidential support to the families and the students by actively listening, problem-solving strategies, and providing referrals to NOM, PBH, medical providers, and Summer will elaborate on that list.
What does a PASD Family Navigator do? I think that's kind of framed better as what do we not do, because we pretty much have done everything. I think I've kind of called us the angels in the outfield before, because we have done a variety of things, not just for families, but also individual schools when they have need. For example, when the transformer blew at Franklin, we were part of the transportation plan to make sure that those kids got safely where they needed to go. We were able to mobilize pretty quickly, roll out and do the things that we needed to do to support the school, and that was pretty amazing. We open up the clothing closet to families and students, which is a very nice resource here that's in the composite building. We complete and distribute the PA Ed Foundation grant vouchers, and so far we're up to 32 this year, and some of the stuff that's covered by those are glasses and eye exams, clothing, shoes, track shoes for families that are low income and receive free or reduced lunch, who have a need that's not being met, so we help orchestrate those. We assist families to get internet access to make their education a little bit more equitable, be able to do the things that they need to do online when they cannot afford internet. We complete McKinney-Vento paperwork and refer to outside agencies, as we have previously mentioned before, like the Serenity House and the Housing Resource Center, which is through the Serenity House. We print off applications for people that don't have access to printers for things such as Section 8, apartment application processes. You know, they might have a computer or a Chromebook that they utilize for the school, but no printers. So that is one thing that we help them with. We do releases of information to be able to help kind of mitigate some of the challenging issues that arise with their needs and these organizations, up to and including treatment facilities. The Housing Authority has been pretty recent, as well as some apartment complexes in the area. We do the student support team meetings. We communicate with their families and schools via emails, text, and phone calls. Deliver bus passes and food when necessary. Let me think, let's see what else is on here. Oh yeah, we complete home visits to discuss truancy issues as well, or if other needs for safety or concerns arise. We also have a relationship with the police department and the school resource officer, and sometimes they have been present during high need situations where we felt that it was not safe to go alone, and they showed up for us equally as well. We attend meetings with DCYF for students in foster care on the school district's behalf. We have been in truancy court. We have been part of family determination meetings through DCYF. Ooh, and the list is pretty extensive. Actually, it keeps going, but one of the funnest things that we got to help orchestrate last year was the Angel Tree, where we were able to put out for certain families in need the donations that we needed. And it was really moving. We helped organize the donations as they came in by confidential numbers and tags. We bagged them up, and that allowed Marty and Carmen to be our delivery service. And it was really, really impactful and touching. We've also delivered Thanksgiving baskets for other schools and gift cards during the holiday season, because sometimes it doesn't make sense that staff that's so badly needed in the school itself to be able to run and function is out doing these things. So we were able to help fill that need as well. And we have also done a lot of referrals for the Known Clinic, and so I will let Becca talk about the Known Clinic next.
Well, I just go back to that list that Summer shared, and all of that is to help support kids in getting to school and functioning the best that they can when they're in the classroom. That's kind of how we frame everything. All that we do is to get kids back re-engaged in school, connected to their peers, and as successful as they can be. And we achieve that by really supporting the family, so kids can be supported in the home. Mobile Health Clinic is one of my most favorite projects. That talks about the history. 2019, it was a half day at the high school. was 4 hours. We had one counselor. Partway through, we switched to 2 counselors because of the increasing need, and we thought that that was amazing at the time. We could see up to 8 kids a day, and now we're at 5 days a week, and it's a full day. So it's from the beginning of school to the end of school. The clinic is serving our students. Next slide, Jenny. Hey, oh yes, perfect. Okay, I love this graphic because this is the data from 2020, and I was really proud of these numbers at the time, and now I look at it and I think we've come so far. This data was the number of visits that we've seen, so 50 behavioral health appointments as of January 30th, 2020, and we saw 25 unique students. So 2020, and then next slide is our numbers as of last week. So the graph on the left breaks it down by the number of referrals. So it's hard to compare 2020's data to this data side by side, but I think it does give you a good idea of how many more children we're seeing on the clinic. So the graph on the left is the referrals, and it's broken down by school. K through 6 is really where we're seeing a huge jump. So in 2020, we saw 5 kids total. This year, or last week, we've received 78 referrals. And then the graph to the right breaks it down by age group. So the 8th grade is really interesting to me. We have 27 referrals for 8th graders, but you can see our 4th graders. We have quite a few referrals. So it's just amazing. We have a total of 156 referrals as of last week, but I probably received about 4 since then. So there was a time where I was receiving at least 1 referral every single day. But the beauty of this clinic is that kids are able to access treatment quickly. And so, I mean, really the clinic has come at the perfect time because our kids right now nationwide are really struggling, and we have this ability to serve them almost immediately. So today, in fact, we had a student at the high school who was really struggling and came in, talked to the nurse, was in tears, needed to see a counselor, and we got that student an appointment within an hour. And so it's just it's a gift to our student body and to the families because they're being served as well. So I'm just so grateful for it. And then my hopes for the clinic on the next slide. I think we want to keep expanding and growing, and so there's some work that we could do, getting more referrals and serving more kids at the high school level. And our more Seaview students, you had mentioned that summer, we could do some more work getting some outreach to our Seaview students, maybe some small groups that are facilitated by Known at the secondary level would be really nice, and that's something that we're talking with the Known team about. We have a great relationship with the Known team. I talk with their Navigator 3 times a week. We have scheduled phone calls to talk about referrals and any issues we have in contacting parents. But their administrative team is also so smart and supportive and just really passionate about this. So it's a great group of people to work with, and I couldn't do it without the building people in our buildings as well, because they connect the students when they come into their office, and they, that they're passionate about this project too. Okay. What time are we at? We probably should. You do your narrative. You do yours. Sound good? And then okay.
Okay, so Becca went over the numbers, and we went over the things that we do, and Julie and I are going to share just a little narrative of one story that really resonates with us, that kind of explains some of what we do and how quickly we're able to turn it around. So this year the school called the Navigator team. I was the one that took the phone call from an admin, and it was disclosed that a child did not have food at home, and this was a Friday. From the time that child disclosed that and the admin at the building called me, I was able to make arrangements, get a school district vehicle, go to the food bank, no questions asked, picked up food enough for their family. It was a pretty significantly large family, and have that delivered within a turnover time of 4 hours from essentially the intake to food delivery at the home. That really stuck with me for a multitude of reasons, including how it really shows the need for our community partners and to be able to show up without any questions asked, saying that we need food for a family of 6, a family of 5, however many it may entail. That family in particular was not able to leave their home, and the kids were the guardian was not. So that was really crucial, to be able to provide that lifeline to make sure that that family did not go hungry for the weekend. And it's really hard to find services sometimes, you know, and it's hard to go home Friday knowing that those needs aren't met. So that was one of the things that I would like to share about my narrative and my hopes, kind of as the Native American family navigator, is that I will be able to continue to build and maintain relationships with our family and our community, to give support when needed, and to continue to give my perspective that I have in advocacy for our families in the school district.
I will make this quick and short. Since I've been here 1 month today, I have had the opportunity, however, to assist a family who lost their permanent housing. They are now housed in temporary housing in a trailer remotely. So we were able to get them a hotspot so they could access internet. They didn't have propane, so we gave them a community referral so they could get free propane. And I'm assisting them with an SSI application so that they hopefully can get some financial assistance. And what we're really excited about is increasing our capacity of helping families and students by attending truant support. So I started last week going to court in person, and I can, at the end of the hearing, I can follow the family out, let them know that the district supports them, offer them resources on the spot.
Okay, in conclusion, you can skip to it. There you go. So I had this epiphany a couple weeks ago. After we had hired Julie, I was like, it didn't cut my workload by 2/3. It expanded the amount of work we're able to do by 3. And it was such a huge moment for me, and it made me so grateful for my team and for Rachel and her support. Because it was probably the same day where I was in and I was doing McKinney-Vento papers, signing off on those. I was trying to coordinate some referrals for the known clinic. And Summer has, I'm not kidding, parent after parent just coming in, dropping by. Now they know where to find us and they're coming. And I'm so happy about that. And that's how it should be. We want parents to know they can access us and how to access us. And then Julie was transporting a student. And all of that was happening simultaneously. And there's no way that I could have done any of that in 2019. So I'm so grateful. And thank you for this position. We love our jobs. There's, each one of us said we're excited about something. I'm like, we're excited about a lot of parts of our job. And I think it's because we have such a great team and the mission is important and we can see how much it's impacting our students and how much the teachers and the staff appreciate it. So thank you so much for this position and for helping us expand our team, and we hope to expand it even further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you get to say a few things?
Yes.
Or they're leaving?
Yes.
Oh, you have a question? Yes, I'd like to make a few comments, please. I just, in listening to you, I know and I've heard stories about the invaluable work that you're doing, and I really hear the no judgment and the action and care that you do. And no matter how many times teachers identify needs, they can't begin to do the depth that you are able to do. So I just want to say how appreciative I am of these roles. But they wouldn't be good if we didn't have the right people in the right place.
Right,
and I can tell that we have. And the only other little piece is I've been on the known board. I was a board member and was part of the development of the mobile unit. And so it was great for me to see and hear that it's really being used, because that was the biggest thing that we were concerned about. How would it get used? And I see that you're a great part of the facilitation of that. And so I do care about data, because I really want to know, because when we created this, I was hopeful. As a teacher, I would have children who had terrible teeth and no access, no way to get dental. So it really does matter to me to know that kids are getting the dental, behavioral, and medical. And I would like to know what kind of medical is needed and used, just so that as a district we have that data as well as known, because I see a great need continuing, and it has been especially a timely time to begin your services. But I just want to thank you personally. I know Summer well. I don't know the others of you, but I just thank you because this is heartfelt work, and we need it for our kids. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
I
Ditto.
haven't talked to any of the principals of the schools that haven't just praised you, and it just says a lot. You know, it's a, you know, everyone knows the Becca, you know, our Becca, you know, so yeah, you came on at the same time I did, and so it's been really great to see how far you've come. So thank you for all your work and your team.
Yeah, great team.
I can remember when one of the docs at Nome pulled together kind of a community group to write a huge millions of dollars grant, and the major part of it was to have navigators, and we were very disappointed when we didn't get that grant. And so the board at that point in time came back together and said, we will have at least one navigator, and we saw it kind of as a pilot project. You know, we wanted to know how that was working, and I'm so happy to sit here and see 3 navigators and knowing what you all do and how many people you can access, how many students, families, and that is the key for a lot of kids. If we can just get in with the family, know them, and let them know that we do care, whether it's a behavior or attendance or whatever that's usually looked upon with a lot of judgment. You know, it's the family's fault and so forth and so on. So I'm so pleased I've lived long enough to see this happen. I hope we get lots more. You all, your job is just so important. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Marty.
Yeah, and this is, and you stole a little bit of my thunder, but
I'm
here's
sorry.
the reason why, right? So we do have an incredible team, and this team is small but mighty.
Yes.
I mean, I work here every day, and like they're constantly in and out, around, and they're, you know, somebody calls and they're on their way out the door. So thank you for that. But I also have to say that, and the need is definitely in our community, and the timing could not be better. We had a need in 2018 and 19, but now that need is multiplied significantly. And I have to give the board of 2018 and 19 credit, because the vision around doing something new in public education, because navigators are not the norm even today. There's probably districts out there, but I'm not aware of those districts. But when this board took action in the summer of 2019 to say, we're gonna run that pilot. We want to hire a navigator because we know we have a high need in our community, our school community. And so that leap of faith that this board took was really the seed to lead to the grant that Known applied for that funded the other 2 navigators. That led to the conversation around, we're not utilizing the high school clinic. I can't call it a clinic.
Yeah,
they don't want me to call it a
medical center.
Medical center. You know, we're just, and Known and the district were a little bit concerned about, like, you know, they're investing a significant investment in staffing to come up to the high school and sit there with no customers, you know, throughout the day. And so that conversation that once Becca came on board and we started to develop a felt need, and Known staff has been phenomenal. I cannot say enough about the Known staff. And once we demonstrated that felt need, then the problem solving started. Like, so how can we do this better? What if we create a mobile clinic so that we're not transporting kids from Dry Creek to Port Angeles High School and saving that time? So this is just a really feel-good story. There's a lot of work to be done, and I'm not trying to downplay that at all, and the need is definitely there in the community. But the work that this team has done, that this team has done, that the Known team has done to come together to create a resolution to a key problem in our community is the way it should be done. So I want to thank the team, I want to thank the board, and I want to thank the Known Clinic for the commitment to come together on the behalf of students and families in our community to make a difference. So thank you to all involved.
I'm anxious to ask you, have other schools called you? Have other educational systems called you to find out what this is about?
They have. So we, Kelsey Lane and I did a video through OSPI.
Okay, good.
I don't know if you guys saw that. But I had several schools call me and ask because they had my title underneath my part of the video.
Okay.
And so I can't remember which school it was about a year ago, but they asked about the Navigator program. And
Good.
I have sent several jobs, my job description to several school districts.
Good.
And just this week, someone emailed me about something that they're looking at developing a school-based culture as well. So they have a lot of questions about what that looks like. So I sent them the FLU and then we have school districts. I'll have a call with them next week.
Excellent, because I think this is an idea that certainly travels well, hopefully. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you again. All three of you make a great team.
Thank you.
We appreciate your work.
Job well done.
Thank you.
And now we have a student who's waiting for us. So we're going to look at our student of the month, and Mace is going to, and I are going to present.
So we have three students from Seaview. I'm hoping we could present Mr. Jonathan Fontana, a fourth grader at Seaview Academy, this recognition, and then maybe we can do our picture and come back and I'll read about the other two if that's okay. So, Ms. Gochner, would you like to say a few words about Jonathan?
I have it already pre-written.
I actually have what you wrote here if you'd like
But,
it.
you know, I wanted to be here because I was new to CU last year, so was he, and I've been able to work with him the past 2 years, and he's just a great student. He works really hard on his online courses. I couldn't be prouder of him. He meets me every week in a Google Meet, and he's just a joy to work with. So I just wanted to congratulate him because it's just a job well done. Online school isn't for every child, and Jonathan, you've really shown that it can be done really well, and I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad to be here today. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Jonathan, come back. This is Dr. Wong. She's our president of the school board.
Congratulations. No, I just wanted to congratulate you and tell you how excited we are that you received this honor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for doing such a good job. You're going to serve as a role model now for a lot of other students. Well, role model means that you're doing such a good job that other kids can look at you and say, I want to be like you. So that's good. And we're so proud of you. Are we going to take a picture with the board? Or? Yeah, come on. All our famous students and teachers and parents and communities.
Mom, right there with you.
Yeah. Stand with your mom. There you go.
He's like, what about you?
Yeah.
Okay. Go. 1, 2, 3. Take one more. 1. Take that off, please?
Oh, no.
Okay, you're okay? Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Great. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Thank you for your great job.
You're so patient.
You're so precious. Okay. So, Mace, you want to chat a little?
Yes, I hope everybody can hear me. I'm on the
Yes.
the other end of a cold, so I want to keep this on and keep you guys safe here.
Thank you.
Should I just give the names of the other two students
Please
too?
do. We'd
So,
love to hear.
yeah, so we have, since we're a K-12 school, we nominated one student in the elementary, which was Jonathan, and then we nominated an 8th grader, Miss Sunshine Haro Diaz, and Mr. Young wrote about Sunshine that she is quietly thoughtful, she thinks before talking, and when she does talk, she always has great questions and thoughts. She is a bright and energetic young lady, always kind and polite, and she is an asset to our community. And then Brianna Simpson is our 12th grader, nominated by Janice Ryan. And both the teachers and the students all apologize for not being here. So they did contact us to let us know. And Janice writes that she's recommending Brianna for Seaview Student of the Month, and with highest regards. Brianna is one of my 34 seniors, Janice says, this year, and has proven herself as a dedicated scholar and philosopher who wants only the best for others. So, that's that. Shall we go right into the,
Please.
okay.
Tell us all about what's happening at Seaview.
Do we think I'm far enough away to take this off for a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. It's funny, it kind of sticks in my eye. I don't know why that happens. Okay. So, oh, Jenny, you gave me the clicker here. Now I got to figure this out.
You want me to do it?
There we go. All right. So, Seaview Academy, our district's online school and home of the Orcas. There we go. So I wanted to just do a quick 2020-21 reflection so we kind of can see where we were and where we are at now. Then I wanted to go into what's happening this year, and I'll go a little bit into the numbers, but not too much, because I want to make sure that we can get through this pretty quickly. And of course, if there's questions, everybody's welcome to contact me at any time to follow up and talk about where we're headed. So, something seems to be missing. Oh, there we go. All right, perfect. So last year, well, let's just start 2 years ago. We built Seaview before the pandemic. It was coincidental that the pandemic happened and online learning became something that was critical to kind of our success as a district in making sure that students had a menu of options in how they could engage with their education while families were dealing with the pandemic in their own ways. So we had a response to COVID-19, and we had this tiny little school that I think maybe had 30 students blow up to a peak enrollment of 851 full-time students. At one point, I think it was our biggest school in the district. So during that year too, we were able to complete our multi-district application, and that's the, I guess, critical pivot for the program in order to serve students out of the district and bring them into the Port Angeles School District. So at that time too, just as a side note, Seaview didn't have its own graduation. The students were graduating from Port Angeles High School and from Lincoln High School. So coming into this year, we're exiting the pandemic, and our goals have changed a little bit. One, we're trying to get our students back into the schools, and we're also trying to increase our out-of-district enrollment through, we have a couple different marketing strategies right now, and we're working on more. And then the nice thing, stepping into this position mid-year and hearing from some of our out-of-district families has been a positive experience. And, you know, one of the quotes that kind of sticks with me from our, I think, a family in King County is, I don't know what we would have done if we didn't find you guys. And this is for, you know, we're serving their student, and that student has special education needs, and it's just a testament to the quality of our teachers and what we offer. So we're adjusting to the new normal, and then this year we've had a, you know, big and expected drop in enrollment to 353 students, and this is 353 full-time students. So we're talking more like 420 if we're talking about our part-time enrollments too. So, and we're going to have our own graduation this year. Speaking of graduation, we have 2 students who have already graduated from Seaview. We've actually, there's another young man who graduated from PAHS but went through Seaview, and that's Carter Holm. And Janice Ryan is wonderful. She writes such nice things about our students, and wanted to point out that he's a hip hop artist, and he's a businessman, and he's just a go-getter. So that's Carter, who's graduated. And then we have Connor Logue. And I should have improved my editing skills, as Janice points out. He's a student with long blonde hair and glasses. And Connor, too, seems like he's aiming to be an independent businessman. So, seeing a little trend there. Some of the challenges and successes this year and moving forward is, with the nature of our program, we have to predict what's going to happen. And there's a lot of variables in that when it comes to, okay, how many students are still enrolled in the tail end of the pandemic? What's our staffing going to look like to serve those students? How many new students are we going to bring in from out of district? And so we have all these things to think about as we're preparing for the upcoming years. And then the other big thing is just the shifting of the balance of enrollment for our students in the district and trying to get them back into our brick and mortar schools, because so many students you know, went into this program in response to the pandemic, and then it's been kind of a waiting game to see how everything plays out before going back into the brick and mortar. And what we see is online learning is for some students and it's not for others. And so we want to make sure that when a student comes in to Seaview Academy in district or out of district, that it's a good fit for them, and it's doing the right thing to support their education. So some of our successes is we're in our 3rd year, so we're starting to get into the flow. And we've had this first year was this was the first year in a long time that we've had testing. And with an out of district program, you have all these considerations for how are we going to administer state assessments for our out of district students. And so those were some of the things that we tackled and pulled off successfully to develop the model moving forward. The other piece is just developing those marketing strategies for how we're going to try to reach more students around the state and bring them in. And overall, just developing those systems so that Seaview as an entity is able to move forward and be sustainable. Getting close here. Edgenuity progress. We get one of the nice things with online programs and platforms is that we get pretty clear data. And so we can look at how many students were enrolled in Edgenuity courses and how many classes they took. And when you look at these numbers, so if we look at September to February, we had 283 students enrolled, and they took 858 classes. That's what valid enrollments means. One thing to keep in mind is those numbers don't add up necessarily to the total enrollment, because our K-6 students are on different programs like Pathfinder and whatnot. So, and then it's just demonstrating that correlation that we see and the teachers see between whether or not a student is spending the appropriate time to get ahead in their classes. And it really comes down to, is a student and family able to support the time needed to be successful in these classes. So, the final little bullet point there to note is that we are seeing growth. So with any platform, I think learning platform that's online, it's always, there's always this question is, okay, is this working for our kids? Because we don't have that organic interaction that happens between a teacher and a student in the classroom in real time. We have our teachers that can support our students, but the bulk of it is interacting with the program. So this is just another way to look at the data. I'll leave it up for a second, and then it is on the presentation that's shared with everyone too. And then beyond Edgenuity, our students are doing pretty cool things, especially our local students. And we're looking at some calligraphy classes. We're looking at some pie baking up there. We're looking at some of our younger students doing STEM activities, building robots. And then we're looking at some of our students doing different types of community service projects. So that one in particular is for the Humane Society. And we have wreath building for Crestwood and blanket making. And so our kids are, I think it could be said for all Port Angeles School District kids, is that overall we have a good batch. I'll leave it at that. We have a good batch. And so we're lucky. And we get that with Seaview too. So moving forward, this coming year, as in the 2022-23 school year, we're shifting our K-6 or K-5 curriculum into, it's called the Buzz curriculum. And that's just a better model to serve our students. And it's going to replace Pathblazer, and it just is leagues ahead in the supporting materials and the way that teachers are able to deliver the material and the way students are able to access it. Right now we're working on our finalizing marketing plan for moving forward, expanding our advertisement to different platforms. And then we're also thinking about, how we can, there's kind of two sides of Seaview, and one side is that out-of-district online program. The other side is also, okay, how can Seaview also best serve those families that are here but are never going to step into the brick and mortar? And so we're thinking about that too, and how we can develop that. And so overall, we're trying to build community in a way to make sure that, if those families aren't in a building, that they're still in our district and still part of our district. And so we see that as an important consideration and goal as well. So I think that's all I have. Oh, I got a question mark in case you have any questions for me.
Questions, Board? I find this, just like our Navigator program, just so incredibly wonderful that we've been able to meet the needs of these students. I can remember when Chuck first came up with the idea, terrified me. I just couldn't see how that was going to ever work, and it's just been an amazing program. I'm really proud of it, and I'm proud that we can serve students that otherwise, just like the SPED student you mentioned at first, that's really, it's been a wonderful program. I'm anxious to see it grow.
I'm curious, how many out-of-district students do you?
Oh my gosh, I looked at that number earlier, and as in a couple days ago, and then I can't give you that exact number right now. But I want to say it's around, for some reason, 100 to 120 is jumping out at me, and so, but don't quote me on that. And I'll look up that number and share it with Jenny to get out to everybody.
You said you were working at the marketing plan. Is that to increase enrollment?
Yeah, so one of the big pieces of Seaview Academy as a multi-district provider is making sure that we're competing with those other big providers in the state and getting our name out there. So one of the big projects that I've kind of taken on, because right now we have this neat little time, and there's Cindy and myself with Seaview, so we have a little extra administrative support at the top. And so one of the things, to consider is like building an actual marketing plan so that we're driven and we have that strategy outlined, and we have those markers to indicate whether or not we're reaching the goals that we're working towards.
I've seen the advertisement.
Good. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very neat.
So.
That's nice. Do you have an enrollment goal for say next year?
Well, that's something we're working out too as part of this, because we have to look at what we can, feasibly support. And it's just like with any, I mean, gosh, it would be nice if we could get 1,000 students tomorrow, but then do we have enough teachers to support 1,000 students? So it's something that's being teased apart and trying to figure out. So.
How many students does the one teacher teach, on
Mhm.
type of platform?
Yeah. Right now, I believe K6 has a smaller caseload, and I'll call them caseloads because a mentor teacher, is the primary contact for all the subjects that a student's doing. And so I want to say it's 25 and 35. And so with the upper class, or the secondary, it's a larger caseload. And then it changes with SPED numbers as well.
Well, thank you very much. Marty, anything?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mace. I appreciate the presentation tonight, and job well done.
And we appreciate you being flexible.
Yes, very much.
You are
Thank
just incredible.
I missed you guys. It was March last time I saw you, so, all right, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, well, let's move. Karen Ross is going to give us 2 reports tonight. The first one is on Safe Schools, and the second on student transportation allocation. So, Karen, welcome. Always glad to see you.
Welcome to you as well. So for the first one I've got tonight is for on safe schools. And so COVID and everything that we had going on, we didn't get to necessarily meet. So we actually did get to meet twice this school year, which was nice once some of the COVID restrictions kind of got removed. So we actually met on February 23rd and also on April 27th. So one of the first things that we were working on just before COVID was we were trying to update the emergency guide. I don't know if you guys have probably seen this. So we've always had an emergency preparedness guide, and that was one of the biggest things that we were working on just before COVID. And so we were actually able to get that done. Actually, Marty and some of the crew there in the office took a lot of the material that was collected and put it all together and stuff too. So at our first meeting, that was one of the first things that we went over, to make sure that everybody was aware that we had it out, that it was out there, should be in all the schools, and making sure that, it's actually being used and stuff too. So we went through all the material just to see what's in there, just so everybody understood what was, put in that as well. Also, sharing the information that, there's some information like go out to parents and stuff too. So like for on reunification, like after an emergency, just so they understand, what we're doing as a district and, what they need to do on their side as well too. So also each school is also working with it, making sure they implement their incident response team, learning what their duties are and stuff too, that when there is a situation that does happen. Some of these drills can also be practiced like when they're doing their OSBI drills that are required every year, so they can kind of incorporate some of that part of the response team just to make sure they're all kind of working together on those plans as well too. So at our second meeting, we actually had somebody from the County Emergency Management Center come also talked a little bit about FEMA. And so what we had her come in and do, the person was basically just talking about how when they have an emergency, what are their plans? How do they implement a plan? How do they figure out who does what? Who's the incident commander? What are their jobs and stuff like that? So with working with what we have and what they have, we can see that we're pretty much on the same type game plan. And so they also have some programs and stuff that we can use, that we can also use for administrators and stuff to take some trainings and also learn those plans as well, and then also better identify what those things are that they need to accomplish. So Also, schools have been working on completing all their drills. So every school has a certain amount of drills that they need to complete through OSPI. So every time they're completed, a copy is sent to me. I keep track of making sure that all the schools are making sure they get all those drills done, all the different variations that they have to do. And as we get closer to the end of the year, sometimes I'll give out a little reminder to say, hey, don't forget we still need a couple more of, a fire drill or lockdown in place, things like that, shelter in place. So, other than that, that's about all we've really accomplished this year. Like I said, we only had 2 meetings. We usually try to meet at least 4 times a year, but because of COVID and stuff, we just kind of put that off until things kind of eased up a little bit, and then we were able to get everybody back in and get those meetings started again. So, and Marty attended those as well with us, so it was great to have his input also. And
board member that goes to
so
that?
Jacob's my board member,
Okay.
yep, and Jacob's been there as well too, so it's been great to have. So appreciate your time. And if there's anything that you guys think that we need to maybe take a look at on that committee, let Jacob know or myself, and we can dig into it and research on it, whatever we need to do. So.
When I want to ask you a question before you go on to the next one. When the boilers went down and the schools had to be, was it Franklin?
Yes, Franklin. So when that happened, then we ended up, so we got a call to kind of hang out, try to gather as many drivers as possible. And so we got our group together, and so when they were needing transportation stuff too, we started bringing buses up there. And just like Becca was talking about too, like with the Navigators, those guys were kind of we were using them for trying to get to some of those places that maybe we couldn't quite get into with like a bus and stuff, getting them a little bit closer to their parents because maybe they were at work or other places and stuff too. So, but no, we put a crew together, and as the principal, Mr. Lunt, came and brought us kids, we would just take them where they need to do, take them this place, that place, and get them home safely.
So it worked, the plans that you cracked in the drills and so forth worked?
Yes, and then just like when the high school had that threat up there too, it was the same thing. We got a call, so we start gathering our people together, start lining up buses, and whoever can drive. Myself, I ended up driving, my dispatcher did, because sometimes depending on the day we don't necessarily have everybody right there, but there's at least 4 or 5 of us that have license to drive those, so at least we can get the ball rolling and then try to get things moving as quick as possible.
Well, we appreciate the plan, and we appreciate your being able to work the plan. That's great.
Much as we can.
So now we're going to talk about transportation allocation.
Yeah, so we're going to talk a little bit about money.
Always.
So first sheet that I had up there should be the one from OSPI is the first one. The allocation.
It's on board docs, so you can talk.
All right. Anyway, so OSPI for our allocations this year for student transportation, we ended up receiving $1,720,000 and stuff too, so it was pretty good. So in previous years, pre-pandemic, we were pretty close to almost that same amount. Pre-pandemic, we were looking at not quite 1.7 million. With the pandemic, when it came, they cut a lot of our budget. At least there was actually an appropriate that they actually gave us, so at least our budget kind of went back up, so it wasn't quite as devastating, during the pandemic, so that was good. But actually this year, like I said, we are up at least a little bit more than what we were in years past, so that's kind of nice. So we're hoping that we can keep increasing that, because as you know, ridership survey, every time that we go out, start counting kids, do the maps, what the distances they go from where the students picked up to where we bring them into school. That's how they calculate the miles, for each student. So we do we don't necessarily do all the math. There's actually a formula that the state uses. So we always hope that it's in our favor. So, and they also take a look at how many buses we use, how many kids, are on those buses, what's the distance that we go, and that's how the calculation is figured in. There's a lot of factors and stuff too. So the second chart that I gave you basically just kind of shows what we were over the last 5 years in ridership. And as you can see, pre-pandemic, we were running, pretty close to about maybe 2,300 students, per day. That's back and forth to and from school. And then when the pandemic came, things went way, way down. We were lucky to probably average maybe about 300 students, a day. So now that we're kind of somewhat back into normal routine again, we're at least getting back up there. We're up to about 1,700 currently. And you can always see that every year that when we do count, you can see that usually our falls usually a little bit higher in count. And then as we get closer to springtime, things kind of have a tendency to drop off. So we think part of that has to do with sometimes there's a little bit more sports that are being played, especially in the afternoon where kids maybe are not riding. You also have high school kids that start getting, driver's license, and so we start losing into some of those as well too. So, but pretty much on the trend, it's always been fall's usually pretty good. Come down towards springtime, we lose a little bit. But overall, like I say, we are at least trying to put those numbers back up there, and we do see some increases. I know when the masks kind of went back off, we kind of saw a drop in ridership and stuff too, but it's slowly starting to pick back up again, so that is good to see. Currently, I'm running about 22 routes compared to about 25 routes that I've ran in the past. I have 16 regular routes, and I've got 6 special needs. So with this year starting, I was a little short on drivers, so we got a little bit creative with routes, and we took a couple of those that were kind of close to a couple of the schools, kind of split them up with some of the other drivers, and tried to make sure we got everybody in to school relatively on time. And so we were able to do that, and so far we've been able to pretty much maintain that. I was hoping that we could maybe put some of those routes back this year, but I haven't quite got enough people to quite do that yet. I do have at least 3 subs now, compared to when we started the school year, we were lucky to even have 1. So I did a little bit of driving myself, but we just did whatever we had to do to try to get it done. So next year we'll see what happens, but we can still utilize the same amount of drivers. That's great, just depending on what the needs are out there. But we'll try to get everything back to pretty much pre-pandemic on the routes and stuff as well too. And as always with the transportation department, we're trying to be as efficient as possible, but safety is always our #1 thing out there when we're driving. So, any questions?
Questions? Well, as always, you do a great job. I can't believe you're out there driving those buses. I still look to see the bus that comes up beside me if you're driving it.
You never know. Could be me.
I know. But
We'll take you for a
appreciate
cruise someday if you want.
Your creativity.
So,
wonderful.
It's all good
Thank you so
fun.
much for what you do, Karen. We can always depend on you.
That's for sure.
Do our best.
Karen and her team's been a shining star this year. To be in school, transportation is very much necessary.
Yeah.
So, the work they did, particularly in the fall, being down to no subs, so anybody calls out, Karen and the dispatcher were driving on a daily basis to make all that work. So I appreciate that. And 0 complaints from the transportation department to make that happen. So
Yeah,
I
no,
appreciate it.
everybody's
Thank you
been
very
good.
much for your commitment to our kids.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Does the board need a break? Yes. Okay. We're going to take about 4 minutes, if you don't mind. We've been doing this since 6 o'clock. Now we're moving down to teaching and learning reports. And our first report is going to be given by Susan Hire and Michelle Olson about our highly capable group that we saw tonight.
All right, good to see everybody. So this is a busy evening of reports, but it's so exciting. Yeah, the Dry Creek presentation with the tribe. Yeah, it was moving. So I appreciate you allowing us the opportunity to come and share. So tonight, Susan Hire, who's our highly capable program director, she's going to share with you some highlights from this year. And it's kind of bittersweet. So she is going to retire at the end of this year. And we can't say too much because we start crying, so we're not going to go there. But her work since she's arrived here in the district has been just so important to moving our programs forward and helping to meet the needs of all of our students, no matter where they are on the continuum. And she's a delight. Her energy is incredible, and her care for students and their families is out of this world. So, without further ado, Miss Susan.
Yay.
You would think 2 weeks of crying, I would have no tears left. And I say 2 weeks, I've been planning this probably since last fall, and I realized, well, maybe it's just time. But I didn't tell families because I knew this would happen, that I would cry. But over the last 2 weeks, the families have found out, then I've just gotten wonderful emails and cards. I've been doing this all wrong. And it's like, it's not a job, it's my work. And as you realize when you love your work and you spend your adult life learning more and more about it, and I'm not finished. So I've been invited to go to UConn into the PhD program, and I'm not sure.
Congratulations, that is fabulous.
I'm not sure if I'm going to do that or not.
Well, just the thought.
Thank you. And then the director of the high tap at OSPI called and said, I can't believe we're not finished. And it's like, I appreciate that, but I'm here, So it's been,
Yeah, Susan, can you use the mic? We need to pick it up online.
You good, Jerry? Okay. Anyway, so I won't blabber on about that, but it is your life work. And when you learn about what you love and what you have a passion for, and when you don't know what you don't know until you know about it, and then all of a sudden you realize how much people need to know about it, everyone. The best experience I had in life to become a better adult, to become a better parent, to become better in my work was my master's program at University of Alabama. And I point to Sandy because she and I know.
We went there. I went there, she went there. We know some people.
Yes, and my professor was like, every teacher should have to go through that program. Doesn't matter about wanting to major in gifted education. The teaching program preparing teachers to help kids learn how to think. That was all of it in a nutshell, is that they could really take any curriculum, any event, anything, and it was always twisted back to the kids for those thinking, stretching moments where you aren't just giving them information, where the kids are going, huh? What? Let me see a little more about that. Expand on that for me, and they're going, oh, and they have to think. And the light that goes off in their mind, like, oh, I'm learning how to think, and I can share that with you because I have ideas. And to watch little minds realize, I have thoughts, and I can train my thoughts, and I can share my thoughts, and I can share them when people can get them, to me is all what education is. It's not the curriculum we get. It's not necessarily the schedule we have. It's can our staff pull thinking out of the kids and let the kids grow as human beings, as thinkers. Because we don't know what they're going to want to do. We don't know that. We can try to guide them, you know, but. So the presentation packet that I gave you is very, very brief, very, very simple. I'm happy to meet with you any other time, and we could go into this for hours, because as Michelle knows, I can literally go on for hours. But it's very brief because as I started writing this, I realized, kind of like with the family liaisons, the navigators, my gosh, you could just create this list. And I started crying all the time. So I couldn't get it done. And then I started bringing in the pictures of the kids, and I really couldn't do that. And so I've kept this extremely brief, but there's so much more. And I don't want to leave without people seeing this vision to continue the work. You saw a big part of that tonight with the RIDGE program, with those kids. Those are all identified gifted children who are from across the district. And we've done a beautiful job of pulling kids from every school across the district, every socioeconomic level, and finding our underrepresented populations, because we do a full grade screener. I do get calls all the time from around the state of people wanting to know, how did we do that? How did we get this implemented? What are your results? So I wanted to very, very quickly show you, these are our results so far this year. They looked much different 5 to 7 years ago. So this is the student population of the district. This is our student population in highly capable. We're getting really close. Where years ago, this orange, which is the white population, was most of this. So you can tell that we're beginning to match this, and that's one of our biggest goals in the nation, but especially here in Port Angeles, is our highly capable population needs to mirror our population of all the students. And so we're very, very close. And that's only with a lot of work. And this work is such good work and such the right work. And the other piece to that is recognizing that when we pull up the data for our student populations. Oh, sure, thank you. Is that as of this year, we have 442 students identified and highly capable. Now, they're not all identified for RIDGE, of the kids you saw tonight, but they might be identified in a specialty need area, whether that's in their language arts area, their strength, or math. What we're also finding, thank you, Luke. What we're also finding is, this is where I have the big passion.
Twice exceptional. Yeah. You introduced me to Twice Exceptional a few years ago.
How did we do that? Do you want to share how we did that?
How was that?
I was trying to get my advanced math learner into an honors math class in 8th grade because she was frustrated with being in a class where kids weren't as serious as she was about math. And she's also diagnosed with dyslexia, and so she wouldn't normally be in an honors English because of that type of scenario. But then with her testing, you could easily tell she was twice exceptional with her super high math skills and her low English skills, and then complemented with the testing that she had for her dyslexia that brought out all these, and you know, Susan saw all these scores and everything. Oh my gosh, she totally nailed it, and since then it served her well. She had a 504 through the school district and took her 504 to college. So, yeah.
And she did not have low
ELA. No, they were just,
yes.
The disparity was so different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Her needs needed to be discovered because she actually was an honors student also in language arts. And so this twice exceptionality is really a huge passion that I have. And if I do work on my PhD, it will be in school districts finding the right way to educate the staff so that the staff number one, even knows what that means. Number two, how do you even begin to work with children who have twice exceptionalities, which is now, the key word is neurodiverse. And neurodiverse sounds better. It sounds like, oh, they can't help it, they're born that way. Twice exceptional almost sounds like, oh, they have, some faults.
Two problems.
Yeah, two problems. And they don't have two problems, they have two different ways that they need to be recognized for. There's nothing in them to fix, there's no problem. It's just a matter of how do you help them navigate our school system successfully. So a part of what you have in this packet is I gave you a sheet, two sheets that I wanted you at some point to click on and open up. And one of those sheets is showing you some of our twice exceptional children that we've been able to red flag and found a pattern in our district of these children dropping out of school, and it's predictable. And so like right now, I know of 2 kindergartners that if we predict their pathway, they will be dropping out by the time they're 10th graders, and they're in kindergarten right now. So if we can predict that far ahead, that kids with these behaviors and characteristics will follow all of these other children that we found, we need to stop that. And the only way to stop that is to support the teachers in how to support the kids, because they don't know how. And it's very evident when these kids hit middle school, they tank, and they stay tanked, and they drop out. And I have a list of those for you in that handout. And these children have very high either IQs or cognitive abilities assessments, I mean in the 98th, 99th percentile. They have very high 98th, 99th percentile of any assessment that is norm referenced, but they make very low grades in school. And so when they get a report card that they have a low grade on, it affects their self-esteem. Even if they know the content, they got the Common Core material down. And we have evidence of that in their assessments. They have their Iowa Basics, they have their MAP, they have their SBAC, and they've made very high scores in those, and they're failing. We have a problem with that, and I want to leave you with that. I know I'm supposed to be very politically correct in a lot of things, and I want to be, because I want you to not slow down on this. Just because I'm not here doesn't mean you don't need to keep this going, and even more so, especially in supporting the teachers. They need training, and they need consistent training in, number one, what does this mean? And then what's my role as a teacher to help this child? And that is our work, that is our job. We're paid by all these parents, their taxes, to support their children to be successful, not to predict that they're going to drop out. And that's very hard for me. It makes my heart very heavy. The other piece that I want you to click on that makes my heart very happy is the number of children we've accelerated over the last 7 years, whole grade accelerated. And we just accelerated 2 of them in the last 2 months that were Seaview kids. So, and they're from out of the district. So both of these kids are from Seattle. They came here because in the Seaview program, they can take classes outside of their traditional pathway. It's not for every child. I would never tout it for every child, but it is very appropriate for some of those children. And so we have accelerated kids from kindergarten through 10th grade. Last year, one of our very own, one of our rich kids, when she started in Seaview year before last, as a 9th grader, loved it. Oh my gosh, she had independence. It was like nobody was in her way. All these teachers and grown-ups were out of her way. Let me go. And she finished 9th grade by December of her 9th grade year. And so they called me and said, Ms. Heyer, what do we do with this kid? It's like, get out of her way, let her go. What does she want, you know? So we had lots of conversations. I have lots of conversations with kids and families. What is it you want? What's the goal? Why did you do this so fast? What's happening in your life? I got to take AP classes. Are you kidding? They study really cool stuff in there. They get to have great conversations. I want to be in the advanced, honors classes. I can't just be here, in these regular classes. So her goal was to have classes that made her feel alive and rich as a thinker. And so then she finished her 10th grade year, the rest of that school year, and started last year as an incoming junior. And is so happy because then she got to go to Running Star, and go to the college campus, and take college in the classroom at the high school, and she's just blossoming. And she was going into pre-med. So she's super happy. I have many stories like that for you. But what you have in your chart is you have 19 students that have accelerated because they were provided this opportunity. And some of those were some twice exceptional children. So if we provide the right support and get someone in this position that knows how to navigate the acceleration piece. You guys passed our policy last year for K-12. It's not just for high school kids. And it's very effective, and it's we have 100% success. Not one child who accelerated that it was not the right move for them. But we did the background work first. It wasn't just a quick 5-minute conversation and move on. So there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work that happens in this position. What isn't happening is the teachers in the building having an instant connection to someone to help them with the curriculum and what the kids need. And I hear that from parents a lot. I keep a phone log that is full from parents calling every week, every few weeks, saying, what can be done for my child? They're just bored in class. The teacher's doing all they can. They're doing it. My child loves their teacher, blah, 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 blah. That's what we need. We need a point person in each building who gets training, and we can be like the navigators and have that team so that people have the go-to, the parents have the go-to. And Michelle and I have talked about this often. What would that team look like where children have access to what they need? Their basic education at their level. Super, super important. So the last thing I want to leave you with is one of my other favorite methods of working with children is through Genius Hour, which is what Google started as their 20% time with their employees. And basically what it means is that people are given a set amount of time during the week to work on things that they have an interest in. And your daughter, Ava, got to be a part of that when we had that at the middle school when she came in the morning for enrichment class. So the first year I started that, the middle schoolers had, Late Start Wednesday. And I had 30-something students that chose to come on into school on Wednesday mornings because we had enrichment class, which was a Genius Hour program. And what they did was they researched careers and jobs, and we had 3 projects that helped get them started on how to do research and how to look for things you might have an interest in. And we were connected with the Voice program. And so the students got to use Voice to tap into those careers. What does that mean? Where can I get my education? How much does that pay? Where are the scholarships? It was just beautiful. And 30-something kids didn't sleep in on Wednesday morning. Middle school kids, because they were excited about having a project that had an interest to them. And you'll see that with the children at the Ridge. They have Genius Hour every week also. The drums were not part of the Genius Hour. The drums are part of a partnership. But within that, you can have more projects. And I highly recommend that every school, K through 12, get an opportunity to really work on these projects. And we have place-based education right here. My favorite is the removal of the dam. Oh my gosh, the curriculum that's out there on that would take our schools through an entire year in that curriculum and all the tentacles that could come off from just the dam removal. And it's right here in our backyard. And it's one of the very important things that happened in our nation. And it's right here in our own backyard. So, again, I can go on for a long time, so if you want to meet for coffee and chat. I just really want to see the program continue. I want to see it grow. And if you want to see any of my notes, I have kept notes over the last 6 years. I've kept every planner. And I could make a better presentation with more stuff in it later. It'll take a while. It'll take a long while.
Well, Susan, you've done a tremendous job here, and I've watched. This is what, my 6th year on the board. I've watched the highly capable program change, and I think for the better. When I first came, I thought it was really not as good as it could be. And so you've taken that program and you've done so many outstanding things with it. And those children need to have as much enrichment as we can give them, and you've worked hard, and I know that you taught those classes at each school. You were their teacher as well as that administering the program, and You've done a great job, and I know how hard it is to decide whether you're gonna retire or not. Mary knows that. We've both walked in your shoes, and we know when the time comes, the time comes.
Yeah.
And there's so much more to do. Look at us.
I am.
You know?
I'm excited.
Let us
I don't
be
have
role
time to work. I
models
have to go
for you.
volunteer.
Right. And I wish you the best in your personal retirement, and I hope you'll continue to share and teach and do workshops or whatever, because that's important. Your experiences are important to those coming behind.
Thank you very much.
And we appreciate you. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Any questions?
I think there's one there.
I got one. I asked this last year. And why are we doing second grade? Is there research? Because it seems like the catch-up is by third grade, and yet we're testing in second grade for the highly capable.
There's all kinds of philosophy and research that you can find. You know, what it really comes down to is what are the programs in your district, and what are you identifying kids for? You know, so when you think about that big picture, it's like, why are we identifying kids? But we're trying to meet their needs. So what are we doing to meet their needs? And those are the services. And then what is each district able to provide? You know, so second grade is a good year to do a screener, but third grade is even better. We should do another one again, like you said a while ago, in fifth grade. And we've talked about doing something like that because we have kids that piloted a math acceleration 2 years ago when we were, you know, locked down and we were doing Edgenuity. I ended up with 34 high-cap kids on my roster as a Seaview teacher, which was not what I meant to do. I mean, I grabbed one, okay, I better take this one. Uh-oh, I better take that one. And so I had 2nd through 11th graders. And what we ended up doing with the kids that had just come out of the Ridge, the 6th grade kids who had just come out, they went into their 7th grade pre-algebra, and within weeks they're going, Ms. Higher, we already know this. Do we have to keep doing this? And it's like, well, what do you want to do? And they're like, well, we want to take, you know, algebra. Why can't we take algebra? It's like, because there's not geometry after algebra when you get back to the middle school. How come? Good question. Michelle, how come? You know, so, you know, I like opening doors. I love, you know, creating pathways. So the kids begged and pleaded, and I talked to the parents, and it's like, okay, so we talked to Michelle, and she's like, this is a good problem to have. I don't know, we'll figure it out when we get there. I like that attitude, okay. So what I said to the kids was, you can take algebra, but if at any time it's not working for you, you're stressed, you don't like it, then just go back to pre-algebra. It's okay, you haven't failed. Because this is really pushing out of the tradition, pushing out of developmental, you know, areas. Some mathematicians would argue that's not where kids should be that age, and others are like, get out of their way. Let them show you what they know. We hold them back. And I thought, okay. But I told them, because you've got something to prove here. There's no taking pre-tests now. You have to do every single assignment in that curriculum all the way through, because you're going to have to prove yourselves. You're not going to get to, you know, somebody's going to say, oh, well, they skipped out of this, they skipped out of that. Nope, there's no skipping out of anything. So I had 12 students that took algebra, 7th graders. Not one kid made less than an A. 2 of them had to get a tutor, but they wanted to get the tutor, and they didn't want to make a B. It's like, oh my gosh, okay, go. And so I went to Michelle and said, your problem is now here. And so with lots and lots of conversation, we created geometry at the middle school for 8th graders. What does follow up with that, though, is the equity issue to all children having access to advanced math as 6th or 7th graders. So if we did a screener, like in 5th grade, and let kids know this was a pathway that was available, and then we could do interviews, and there's all kinds of things you could do to make sure they want to work at that rigor. They want to work at that level, because not every high-cap kid wants to work at that rigor all the time. I mean, it's exhausting. So you would have to set that pathway up so that it's offered to all children across the district, that by the time they're in 7th grade, they could be taking algebra and be on this other trajectory. And when you ask the kids why you want to do that, they're like, well, I'm going to take calculus when I'm a freshman. I'm going to take calculus as a freshman. Yeah, that's so cool. It's like, okay. You know, so the kids have their own wants and desires, and Michelle is your best advocate for helping to make those pathways happen. I will be on the other end of the phone if she needs me. But don't forget that the kids will let you know where they want to go. And the kids will let you know how hard they're willing to work. And every student in geometry, except one is making a B+, and the rest are all making A's in geometry with Kathy Greer as their teacher, and she's no sissy. And so those kids are working hard, and they're taking the same curriculum that they would have been taking as a freshman or sophomore in the high school. So, yeah.
Well, it's good we can make those just offerings.
It really, really is. So
Right.
Michelle's primed and ready.
Okay.
Thank you, Susan.
Well, thank you, Susan. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Dr. Walker, I was in the Ridge for the first 2 years, and I can't say enough how important it was, how much it made me want to actually come to school and learn. Being in that environment where they just let you take stuff and run with it and learn at your own pace. It's so important.
It is. If a child is that motivated, then we need to be able to supply their needs. Thank you, Luke. Okay, now we're going to talk about the traditional kindergarten report, which is the part I like the best. Because I used to be one.
So much to share. So tonight I have a team that's going to be presenting, and so I have Cindy Bradford, who's our transitional kindergarten teacher at Franklin, and then I have Molly Hibbler, who's the teacher out at Roosevelt, and I have Julie, who's the principal at Dry Creek. So those three schools are where we have our program. At any point this year, we were right between probably 32 and 36 students, with our goal of having classrooms no larger than 12 students and having a para in there as well. So we're going to try to paint a picture for you of how far we've come. If you haven't been out to one of those classrooms, you really need to go. Like, you can spend a couple hours in there and really just feel that energy that we're feeding off of. So, as you know, it's a full day program. So it is considered basic education. So those students are counted as full FTEs. You can see in the picture here with Cindy, she has her group of students. They're having so much fun and learning about so many different things. Students in our program need to be 4 by August, and we're looking at serving students who have a lack of access to early learning programs. So we're not wanting to steal from other programs, but if they're not able to be part of those. Right now, at this moment, we're serving 33 students, 18 males and 15 females. And 30% of our students qualify for special education services, and about half qualify for free and reduced lunch. If you look at the next, again, Susan kind of referenced the same thing earlier, but looking at our demographics of our program, we're wanting to become an inclusionary transitional kindergarten program, and we have a grant right now from the state and are expecting a second one that will allow us to train teachers to also work more collaboratively with preschool and kindergartens. To again, provide that first best experience. So when they're all going into kindergarten, you know, we've kind of worked at leveling a little bit, right? They're coming in with some experience and knowledge. So we anticipate that we'll continue to see the diversity grow. And it's just super exciting because, and the teachers will let you know about what they've seen and heard. So if you go to the next slide. Well, let's talk about the joy of teaching and learning. So you have to be a special person to be able to teach transitional kindergarten, just like kindergarten. And so these women are magic. They make magic. And these kids love coming to school, right? They're 4. And so they get to do many different things. And we have a curriculum that we have adopted, and it's the creative curriculum for preschool. This is like the best. And so this is also the same curriculum that we're using with our preschool program. And so there is that continuity for students coming to us from our special needs preschool. It is approved by the state of Washington, and we're growing our group, and so we realized that a couple of our preschool teachers didn't have all of the things they needed. So we've taken care of that, and so we're starting with a really good tier 1. Alrighty, other pieces, again, just for the curriculum addresses so many things. I mean, we're looking at developing their social awareness. We're looking at what are those indicator behaviors that we know that if they show those, we're going to see them do better in kindergarten. So we're looking at those social developments. We're looking at problem solving, interactions with play and learning. It's amazing what they are learning. So I will have Molly and Cindy come up. They're going to talk a little bit about the nuts and bolts, and they have the best stories, but they know they won't share all of them.
That's true. Thank you. So as Michelle said, it is a full-day program. And so we start with breakfast, and one of the things I learned coming from kindergarten is that 4-year-olds don't know how to eat without their families. So a lot of time and instruction has to happen with meals and just how to open things and how to sit where your food is and use your hands, not just your face, and all of those, important, just do a lot of self-help skills. And so we start with the meal, and we do arrival activities. We'll have a little morning meeting that kind of sets the tone for the day, maybe introduces what's going to be in our interest areas where a lot of our learning takes place. And that's where a lot of their work happens, is when they're here. They have a little card that they put up on the poster where they want to start their day. It might be at the Legos building, it might be at the discovery table doing some science, and then they get to just choose. So it's really driven by what they're interested in. And a lot of training had to go into that because they got so excited about the cards, they wanted to just run from poster to poster and stick their card up. And so I would set a timer. We're going to keep our card there for like 5 minutes and try that station. And so now they've got the routine and they can mill around and relate, because sometimes they really want to get into something and spend a big chunk of time there. And then we have lots of outdoor time. We have about 45 minutes of recess throughout the whole day. And story, and then back into the interest areas, working again on, we talk about what didn't you try at the first round of interest areas, what might you want to go to next. And lunch and then rest time is important just for them to have time to settle their bodies down and feel calm. They have mats and little cozy sacks, and they get to bring a stuffy from home, and we have quiet music, or I like to put on sleep stories that they could just kind of relax and listen to. And then we have some table time, so we are working on our fine motor with tweezers and scissors, and we use handwriting without tears for transitional kindergarten to start letter formation. Lots of art, lots of creating. My class is really into card making right now, so they want all kinds of little pieces of paper to make cards. And so we made cards for our school nurse, Tasha, for School Nurses Day, and had a little celebration for her, and they were very excited. And we go to specialists, PE and music and library, so training has to happen, for all of these activities every time they go to something new. You're still with this person is still your teacher, so they're going to tell you what's going to happen in this new learning area. And we have circle time is kind of a closing at the end of the day. We kind of wrap up the day. In my class, we have compliment circles, so they get to choose another student they want to present a compliment to. And we practice how you say thank you, and then you get to pass on a compliment. So that's taken a lot of training, but they love it. They love to look for compliments. And then they pick a wow that they want to celebrate themselves. What are you proud of that you could share with your families today? We usually have a game, because it's important to learn, how to take a turn, or how to have fun in the game, even if you weren't the winner. And then just closing activity is a favorite thing for the day. And so he's going to talk about what we learn and kind of how we learn it.
I think with this program that we're finally putting into practice what we know about 4- and 5-year-olds is that they are not passive learners. They have to be involved. Finally listening to Piaget and Vygotsky and Bruner and all my friends who told me that there are developmental ways of presenting information that the child can take in upon themselves for And that is something that I know both Molly and I have always believed, that children need to access their own learning and for their own self-efficacy and knowing they can do it. And I have not once in my classroom this year heard, I can't do this, because they don't know they can't do it. And they each do it at a level that they can. And it's really empowering to them. They're amazing little learners. And just sitting there listening to them talk. Today, one of my little girls was saying to another one, now look at my eyes. Now look at my eyes. I'm going to tell you. Because she wanted the little girl's attention, she knew how to get it. And it is just what schools should be for 4 and 5, and I would say 6 and 7-year-olds, but we get to do it with our 4 and 5-year-olds. And we work on all the basics things, the listening, the self-regulation, the taking turns, talking, and preparing them. I have kids that know almost all the letters of the alphabet, not because I taught them, not because we got out a workbook and traced them in a workbook, but because I have a game up there where they get to earn a sticker and they match upper to lower case. And then there's a picture in it. So they're going D, donut, D, da, da, and putting it up there. And now we're starting our phonemic awareness where we're blending the sounds together to understand how the words go together. And it's just magical. It really is. And I hope that we can expand it to meet more needs. The 2 drawbacks I see, and I think Molly and I have both talked about this, is it is a very long day for 4-year-olds. Very long day. By the time we get to Friday, we're all just wiped out. And we would like it, in the best world, I would like to see their time lessen just a bit, like a half an hour a day chopped off, or one of the days chopped off. But what we can do legally, I don't know. And then, I forgot the other one. Our other thing we thought.
I think some of the busing.
Oh, no, I know what it was. It was those 4-year-olds. I mean, I have 3 students that will not be 5 until the end of July. And then I have 3 students that will they're already 5, they'll turn 6 when they walk into kindergarten. The difference between those 2 is night and day, 2 different developmental stages. And and then I look at the kindergartners that are operating in kindergarten that are those summer birthdays, and it's like, bring them here. They need to come across the hall. So I wish the timeline could be changed. I know it probably can't, but I think it would be better to be able to serve children who turn 4 in September. No, wait, what is it? September. They're 4 and they're going to turn 5 sooner than later. And then those summer birthdays, we could pick them up the next year. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm not making much sense. But,
doing great.
But what I will say is, it took me 39 years to find my dream job, and this is it. And I will do it for as long as you'll let me. And I think Molly feels the same way, because we talk a lot about this is what we wanted to be able to do in kindergarten, but we can do it with our 4 and 5-year-olds.
Well, they are learning a great deal. They are learning their letters.
They're amazing.
They can write their names.
I'm surprised to hear that they're knowing their sound.
Oh,
and their letters.
yeah, and Bonnie came, she took over for Ashley at Dry Creek, and she came to my room and Molly's room to observe, and I was showing her that Alexa, this little one, knew all her letters, and I just flipped it over. I'd never asked her the letter sounds, never. Said, what's this letter sound? And she did over half of them, just by looking at the letter. Oh, just by just by being in the right environment at the right time. So.
And through the play, like they'll want signs for what they're building, or for the cards they're making, how do you spell fur? This is for my mom. I'm like, well, it's for. It's for your mom, but let's work on it. So they, out of their interest, then you start to bring in the writing and the how do we spell Alice, because it becomes important to them. Yeah. It's kind of like they want to learn it, and counting, and their academic skills are as strong as I've seen some kids coming into kindergarten, and those are needy kids.
Today they did, I had 5 44-piece puzzles where on the back was the numbers up to 44, and in the base were the numbers. And so they had to match the number to the base, and they did it in pairs. All 8 of them did it today. I had 8 kids today. Another thing that it has with COVID, some days I have 3 kids when the kids were really sick. They get really sick when they're that little. And it's frightening how they can go from looking at you to just as sick as they could be. And so that's another thing that we need to consider, that they're not as...
2 minutes.
We have 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay, what do you want to say?
Let's see, we'll highlight some of the highlight. We talked about what they learned.
You have to look at our
the
pictures.
rhyming, the syllables that kind of goes along with that early phonemic awareness that they're using. I think Hagerty out at Dry Creek, and I've done a little bit of that. And they just love to play with language, and that's really important in early reading skills.
And this picture up here of the little girl with the 2 turkeys, that was in November. That little girl won't be 5 until the summer. And she colored her paper turkey to look exactly like the puzzle.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
She did that all by herself. She brought it to me. I went, let me take a picture of that. So,
Anything else, Michelle?
I'm sorry.
No, I know you guys could talk a little early all night.
We just want y'all to come and have fun.
I know.
So come in and visit.
Jeff Lund comes in every once in a while, and they love him. Like, wow, like big tall man. Yeah.
I'm curious with this kind of real interactive
classroom, how's the behavior been with these young kids?
It is pretty good. I did have a student on the Navigator.
We, talk about there's a difference between playing at home with your brother and wrestling, and that's not for school. So we really teach, how to play. And we, walk down the hall, and our lines get admired by, the 6th grade teachers will shame their class with like, look, these are the 4-year-olds, and they can walk down the hall, and they take their job real seriously.
And they do, you can resolve issues right there, because what else are you going to be doing? So when a kid has an issue with another kid, yesterday one little girl was mad, I'm not going to invite you to my birthday party. And the other little girl burst out into tears and says, look what your words did. And she's like, oh. And she realized the impact she could have on that child by saying something just off the cuff. So we
talk about things
that.
in circle time like that too. Things will come up from the playground. Like if one person has all the balls, what are the other? Is that fun for the other kids? And how does that feel? And so we use those as our social emotional.
They're really the best people you want to know. I've had 10 all year.
I have 11, and then I have 8 boys and 3 girls. So
I have the girl class.
Thank you guys
7
so
girls
much.
and 3
I
boys.
appreciate it.
Come see us. We'd love to have you. We can finger paint them.
Yes, we're working on keeping on timelines. I know it doesn't seem like it, but we are. But seriously,
we're here all night.
we have so much good work happening in our schools. I mean, it's incredible. This is just a great place. So Julie is just going to talk like a minute about what she's seen with the program, and we so appreciate Julie's expertise in the area of early literacy and her guidance to the program.
Yes, thank you. So I was thrilled, of course, when I learned that we had a TK program at Dry Creek, and it's been amazing. And you know, from someone who has a background in early childhood education and early childhood literacy, the opportunities that our kids are getting that really wouldn't have had this opportunity in other ways has been, I can't wait to see the data that shows program-wide the impact it's had. And I think, you know, there's a lot of studies that show a good early childhood education program like what we are running in our schools is one of the most impactful things that can happen. It's right up there with the efficacy of teachers and strong teachers. And so having this opportunity, having families involved, opening the doors to opportunities for learning and outside opportunities that kids aren't getting, those kids in particular are not getting, the ones that are entering our program. So they are getting these amazing opportunities with amazing, amazing educators that really know what it takes developmentally to move children forward in a way that's going to give them success long term. So that's what I'm seeing, and I'm very excited. It's wonderful. We are thrilled to have Bonnie Schmidt on board, who has just been a gift.
She is a gift.
She's a gift. Yep, so thank you.
Thank you all so much, and Michelle, thank you for bringing teachers and a principal in to talk about these programs. You know, I could go on now for 15 hours.
Yeah.
I wish I could just come home and sit with you all, because this is my bailiwick. I spent 10 of my 40 years in preschool. I love it. I taught preschool teachers. To this day, the one regret I have is that I'll never be able to teach preschool again. I'm just too old. I mean, my knees wouldn't let me do it. But I tell you, yeah, you gotta have good knees, absolutely. But I just want to say to you all, it just thrills me to hear you talk. To me, if I could sell anything to the state legislators, it would be every 4-year-old goes to 4-year-old kindergarten, or TK, or whatever you want to call it. So thank you very much. I'll shut up, but I don't want to. But I will. Okay.
You know, one last thing I think that we haven't really talked much about, but it's important to note that these 4-year-olds have been home since birth. And so without this opportunity, their kindergarten year would have been very, very hard. And this is really just what our kids needed.
I know it's COVID, you know, it's been different this year probably with COVID, but do you have the families come in at all?
We haven't
And 2 of my girls still wear their masks every day. Therefore, I wear my mask every day.
Sure.
I feel it is my responsibility to be as responsible as their parents are being. And they were great with masks. They didn't know any difference.
No.
They wore their masks, and I'd say, oh, you forgot to put your mask on. And they would put them on. Well, they know how to distance. You're a little close. You don't have your mask on.
We did start with a family meeting, like, because we follow the WA kids, like kindergarten, so they came in and we were able to do a little interview with them and kind of explain the program.
And I do keep in really code. I just put them in my phone and we text each other. It's just easier for me. And then I get little texts about when they're sick or when something bad happened at home, the dog passed away or something. And it's just, the parents are really great too, really conscientious.
Well, thank you for your leadership in starting something that we haven't been able to offer before. You've set a great path.
Your enthusiasm is appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we are not, we may be here in a minute.
There were some other things we didn't cover, but I'll let you read about those, and if you have questions, you can reach out. But it's basically around our transitional kindergarten leadership team with our community partners, and we are working on trying for another grant to continue improving our inclusionary practices. So anyway, all right, next.
So you're going to do balanced calendar now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So are we continuing with this next year? That's just what I wonder.
Yes, we
Okay.
will. So we have full funding, and we'll have 3 classrooms still. And we've already been reaching out and having families apply. So as we head into June, we'll start to do our assessments. We'll go down to the tribe and have parents come.
Okay.
And one of our goals that we identified from our team for next year is that we are really working closely to develop a family support system. So we'll have family meetings, get-togethers, things for the kids to do while parents are learning. So that's one of our number one. All right, balanced calendar, we'll switch. All right, so there's a lot that could be said about this, so I'll try to make it as concise as possible. I'm looking at the impacts for teaching and learning, and there's a ton of research out there. I reached out to my friend Anne, who's here tonight, just to help me be able to find the most relevant data. And so just a reminder that while we're looking at a balanced calendars, we want to impact student learning in a positive way. We want to make sure that all students are able to meet standards. And we want to provide supports and academic enrichment as well. And we want to be able to provide a continuation of routines and classroom practices. So when you look that you can continue those routines and classroom practices over time, then you're not having to have time to redo those pieces. So time matters for sure. As we go to the next slide, again, just a couple of pieces from OSPI. They also are investing in the research around a balanced calendar. There were, say, 14 districts this year that received a grant of about $60,000 to research for their district. What's a balanced calendar? Where do we think we want to go? And even if you came up with, no, this isn't a fit for us, that was great. But they're investing in districts to be able to do the research and have those conversations. So definitely a focus on OSPI. And again, you've looked at different variations of this when Marty's presented it before, but you can see what we're doing from the traditional to the modified and spacing out the learning and the breaks. So there's lots of studies, and it was like a big college research project. Right, and the deeper you, yeah. So the studies, there's lots of them, and the data is really pretty similar across all of them. So students in year-round schools do as well or slightly better in terms of their academic achievement compared to students in traditional. It's especially helpful year-round to students from low-income families. Absolutely, they should have increased there. We know that during the summer, students on average lose 1 to 3 months of learning. A lot of the data will say up to 3 months of reading and a month of math is what they're losing when they walk away. So that's huge. And we also know that when we're looking at our different socioeconomic groups, what happens during the summer for some of our children compared to others is vastly different. And so having a year-round program allows us to enrich and provide support. The other part that is certainly interesting is summer vacation. As you go up in grades, you really see the detrimental effects as you keep going. And we certainly see that at the middle school and at the high school. Next slide. So again, I mentioned this, Washington State, Toppenish, of course, we've heard about and referenced before. North Thurston just this month came out to their school board. They had started a committee last spring, and after all their research, they decided to not do it at this point. And so again, one of the biggest takeaways when you read their data is they did get lots of voices from staff and students and the community, and they were roughly, I would say, about 52% on the support piece. And so really the context of the community matters, you know, as you look at this. And so this is just a list of districts that participated this past year and had a grant for about $60,000. The grant does open again in a few days, so it seems like it would be a great opportunity for us to learn more, and so we'll be applying for that.
So did these schools do it, Michelle, is that what you're saying?
No, they participated in the research piece of it, and I'm waiting to get more data back because I'd like to know sort of like where did they end up. But lots of districts are looking into it.
There are some though that are doing it, right?
Yes.
What are, do we know, besides definition?
Gosh, I want to say there's one down towards Olympia. There's a lot of different variations on the calendar. Like for some, what they say is balanced calendar would be like 4 days on, 1 day off.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily have to, you know, be as big as where you are talking about like 7 or 8 weeks on and then 3 weeks off. You can do these smaller variations that are sometimes just a nice way to transition over time.
Are the ones who are doing it for the whole district or just one pilot?
That's a great question. And so there's some of both. You'll see a lot of districts might choose 2 schools. Other districts have tried the whole district. And there's pros and cons.
Yeah.
To that, right? If you're a parent with a child here and you have a parent over here, and so everybody's looking into it. The research behind it is pretty strong from that fact of providing immediate resources. And when you think about it, like during the school year when we're teaching, we might say or see a student that we go, oh man, they're really gonna need summer school. And many of us have heard that, like, oh my gosh, sign them up. And sometimes, right, those conversations are happening in November or January or March. And so are we putting kids first? Why can't we create a calendar where we can more immediately meet their needs instead of waiting until summer when it's harder to do that? And so the fact that we could provide needed intentional support to students who are struggling right away, the compound effect of that is huge, both ways, right? So if we address it, right, then we're putting them where they need to be, but if we don't address it, right, every year. So, student needs first. Certainly it is an equitable system of support for students that maybe don't have the family support. They're continuing to get that school support year round. Our schools, we now provide that daily routine, and it allows us to have more face-to-face time to check on our kids. Because we all hate that feeling when you leave and you're like, I'm not gonna see them the whole summer. I hope they can have food and access. So this allows a school district to, again, have a close relationship with the community and the families to make sure we're meeting their needs. As we talked about, it does help close opportunity gaps for low-income, special ed, and other at-risk students. Overall, they do see improvements in attendance and behavior and achievement. And again, we know how those pieces are connected. As far as time, definitely they're spending less time reviewing material, which, right, is material they've lost, right, over the summer. So they're able to get more on track and get started in the learning. And again, students in these year-round schools, they usually start earlier, so they're back in classrooms pretty quickly. I know, another page of positive impact. So, just to put them all out there, the pacing of instruction, right, is able to be more consistent and, and you can adjust. you actually start to, on this one, replace the need for summer school, right? Because you're having these interventions throughout the year. Like that's exciting. Again, when we have these intersessions, we can plug in enrichment, we can plug in interventions. It's just, yeah, it could be amazing. We also know that it increases engagement for our students and families. Often during the summer, you know, there's just this total disconnect, and then trying to build that bridge and relationship once again when we come in. Again, you can help students stay on track. They can, again, as those intersessions come up, they can relearn materials, they can practice. Shorter teaching cycles, so when you're looking at like those, I don't know, 7 to 9 weeks, so teachers have the opportunity to plan for those times, right? Knowing that there's going to be an end, and then they'll have a break, and then they can plan again. That is a lot less stress for teachers. Instead of thinking, oh my God, I get all this done by June, you know, what am I going to do? And we know that when teachers are feeling less stressed, that their morale is better too, and then we all are better. Again, we can provide more consistency around the professional development. Districts that have implemented have seen less absenteeism of their staff, which would be huge, because that's one of our big pieces right now, and granted it's COVID, but staff have that time to take a breath and then come back at it. And those, you know, will help, and that will also help support our teacher turnover, as far as teachers who just get burnt out. So there's lots of positive impacts, and of course there's lots of challenges. So it does disrupt family patterns. They're used to the traditional activities. We have, there's so many different celebrations on the Olympic Peninsula. We have our families that are part of different traditional Lower Elwha traditions related to fishing, related to the canoe journey. Lots of those pieces have been planned in the summer. So just things to think about. Parent resistance. Change is always hard. We've seen that through COVID. But how would we support parents in what could be a disruption to their work, or vacation routines, and childcare? So there would be a lot of partnerships that would have to be made so that parents had options as we look at this. Another key piece for our high schoolers for sure is reduce summer job opportunities. So for some of our kids, you know, they're working every summer to put money away. Some of our teachers do the same thing during the summer. One of the pieces to this that I came up is for teachers, you know, they're still doing 180 days, their regular calendar, but when you have these intersessions, that can be times where you provide stipends to teachers who might want to do an enrichment or remediation. So there's some positives there. And again, our first day of school could be several weeks earlier than the traditional calendar. We know that some families, you know, may miss a couple of weeks of instruction because they're used to the summer break piece. And so how would we build in supports for that? And
send our family navigators out there.
Right. Yeah. Again, there's other calendars that it might not be aligned to. You definitely have to look at this, you know, we have the sports and all of those academic calendars. You have to be super organized, so that intercession time has to be planned using data and have it ready to go just as you're finishing up the next one. Again, some people might not appreciate it if they're part of the Running Start program, so what might that look like? We do support students at our private schools for special ed and Title I. If they're not on the same calendar, you have to look at that. AP testing, they're super strict, as I know this week, about like the time and the of when you can test, so to look at that. And then really providing professional development to all of our staff on what are best practices when you're looking at a year-round balanced calendar. So again, I talked about this grant opportunity. There's a learning session coming up on the 19th that I'll be part of, and then we'll get a chance to apply. It could be anywhere. I think their new ones, the new grants are up to $75,000 to pay for researching. So you have links there if you want more information. And then that just talks a little bit more about the calendar. And again, we couldn't do all of this work without you. So whether it's our TK program, our HiCap program, looking at balanced calendar, your focus on putting students first is so appreciated. And that's what's going to make the difference for the community.
I want to say one thing that's positive about our 3 legislators. They all like balanced calendar. I've talked to each of them, and they all thought it was great. They think it's a great idea. See, I can be a nice person.
All right, so if you have other questions, let me know.
Just one.
Okay.
Would you prefer a balanced calendar? You're the head of our teaching department.
Oh, my. She's a get the spotlight.
So again, if we're putting students first, right, that's our mission. What can we do to help our students? And we have the research that supports it. Then I feel like we could have that moral imperative to check it out. We definitely should investigate it further. I think, we're doing a 10,000-foot look right now, right? You've heard from me, from maintenance, from busing, from whoever. I think it's a game changer for our at-risk students, and I think for students who maybe aren't in that category, the opportunity to have some enrichment connected to the schools and then connected to our community partners is huge. I know the tribe is probably mixed a little bit given so much of the opportunities they have during the summer. But yeah, I would love it. But to make it work, you have to have that context with the community and understanding, and time means everything. And what if we could pull it off? So, yeah.
Thanks for sharing.
I just want to say, the dread coming back to school in September after being out of it for 3 months is way up here. And having to relearn all that stuff is really, really hard. So from that standpoint, balanced calendar, full set. I do want to say a lot of kids come to school for the activities. So I think that's a big gap that we have to look at. This summer, where there's non-traditional state activities or anything like that, that's a big gap we have to fill. Because there's no clubs that have anything for during that time. There's no sports. There's a really big gap because a lot of us don't come to school to come to school. We come to school to be in orchestra or clubs and activities. So.
Yeah, lots of great questions to be answered. Right?
And we'll have to have students participate in our research. We get this grant. Okay. Pam?
Thank you for waiting. Thank you for being so patient.
You are being patient, and we certainly appreciate you doing it.
Just think, I'm still waiting.
I'm in awe, watching all these people talk, and I'm thinking, y'all know, at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, I'm in pajamas and snoring on the couch.
Me.
So, this feels like I'm in my 20s again.
Yep.
Up past.
Partying late at night.
Yeah. Well, good evening, members of the board. Superintendent Brewer. It's been a long time since I've done
Yes,
a report, and so I'm hoping this evening, as I almost get kind of anxious anymore about these reports because I feel like the last couple of years have just been this continuous day. It's been like Groundhog Day, and I'm thinking, so what are we doing? What have we done? And so I always like to start with just where we're at in numbers, and then in my didn't check what I was doing. I have no idea why these numbers are on the side, why they go up to 1,800. But, right.
That's okay.
But what I wanted to show you here was we're continuing to grow. Regardless of enrollment declining, special education is growing. And so we always start out, our start and end points are always about 50 points off just because we have students that graduate, students that leave the district. But overall, our differences in the last 9 years are between 100 and 150 students to the more of our caseload. And we actually just did child count, finished our May 1st count, and we're at 603 students. If you factor in the private school students that we serve, we're actually looking at 615 students. And we have not finished the year yet. And so now we're in that kind of frenetic pace of getting last evaluations done, just finishing up our last child find, etc. So we, as much as I've had this mantra for the last 10 years as director that I look forward to building strong programs that communities can be proud of, but stop being so proud. So give us a little chance to breathe. But in all seriousness, those numbers do reflect, I think, a knowledge on the peninsula that we offer really excellent programs in special services. And so that just gives you a trend comparison over the last couple of years. So tonight, I just wanted to focus on 4 areas. Discussion of our completion of our learning loss needs analysis, re-engaging students and staff, inclusionary practices, and continued program alignment for future growth. And I was really excited that the TK report was already done because that was like a lot of the pieces that I was going to talk about. So Michelle and I have had some wonderful opportunities here this spring to work on that grant, and we'll get to that in just a moment. So next slide. So learning loss and recovery services. So OSPI required that every student receive some type or some form of what they call a recovery services analysis. So what we did was we compared data points from just when the COVID pandemic hit, so right around that March 2020 date, and then compared that to now the current IEP. And so this year, rather than have staff all at once engage in these conversations with parents, I asked to do this kind of naturally at the IEP time. So these have been occurring all throughout the year. They attach it to the back of the IEP and they send it in. And again, what they do is they review these data points and they look to see, was there a significant regression? Did they not meet in that time frame because of COVID and the closures and everything that occurred during that time? Did they not meet their goals? We are really proud that we have very few, I can count less than 10 kids of those 600 that are requiring recovery services. And I'll tell you, it is the dedication that this district had. It is Superintendent Brewer's drive to reopen our schools, and we had them open for special ed on September 10th of 2020. And our kids didn't miss a beat. They were back. We made it happen. And so our data tells us that that was the right move to make for our highest needs kids. So again, just thank you for that commitment, because the payoff was huge. We've had, like I said, very few. And so the students that we do have that are engaging in the recovery services are doing so with their same age peers in our after-school programs for tutoring and such for those services. So really, really excited about that. Student staff reports, okay. So again, overall those losses were not at the rate that was anticipated. But what we did anticipate and did occur was a higher rate of referrals and requests for program changes. And what I've noticed coming back this year was, and I'm sure everyone's noticed it, is there is a decreased capacity. Just that word capacity has been really floated a lot, and it's for a reason. I mean, people are clearly exhausted in the last couple of years. And so what I continued to hear from my staff was, what are we going to do? From the psychologist's point of view, our norms are now skewed. When we norm, we did a lot of norming when I was in Pocatello, and we bring groups of kids in, the psych sits down, administers a test, and reports things off to the agency that made the test. Our norms are skewed now because our kids that we're comparing to are now also behind. And so everything's just kind of up in the air. We have a significant increase in behavior support needs, completing more functional behavior assessments, more behavior intervention plans. But we anticipated that, and we planned for it, and we increased our contract with the ESD for their BCBA, or Board Certified Behavior Supports. And so that's been really helpful. I'm a data person. I have a lot of spreadsheets, but I did want to dive in. I dived into the data just to see, so then did we really have greater numbers of students who were evaluated for special ed this year, or is this a perception? Is this back to the capacity piece? And I always look at 5-year trend data here because I've been here for the last 4 years, so those 4 years of the 5 I can control, I can identify with, and looking back at that data, really our numbers for evaluations are not much higher. What is higher is or lower is the number of ineligible students. So whereas we were at one point in time evaluating at a high 104 students in 1 year, 13 of those were ineligible. Whereas this year we've evaluated so far, and we're still in, I said that, what we call March Madness for SPED, but really for May and June, we've only found 5 ineligible. So, and then I also looked at what we've found too, and you'll see we did a PLC focus for both our SLPs and school psychologists this year, was overall we've increased our FTE for SLPs by 2 in the last 5 or 6 years, and the trend continues upward, and that data is also in here that we've continued to see more and more kids eligible for speech services. Being kept home didn't help, being kept away in the last 2 years from social situations, you're not getting those natural opportunities. And then there's just a lot more use of electronic devices that take place of those natural opportunities for kids to talk. So, wow, you just skipped one. Okay, we're going to inclusionary practices now. So yeah, very nice. Thank you, Michelle. Did a lot of my work. We received that $40,000 grant, which helps us do a deeper dive into how we can braid together and enhance our continuum for our early childhood. So we are looking forward to expanding the continuum, adding more opportunities for kids, because with our data right now, like our kids in developmental preschool, that's what you get. You get developmental preschool with other peers who were also eligible for developmental preschool. There was no other option. And so now we have this awesome option to be able to assess and see appropriateness for transitional kindergarten. And I was really excited. I'm on a statewide think tank because they're recommending us to do the next step up for the grant. And so in this think tank, these other districts are talking about their challenges with this being that you're not really sure if our really impacted kids are eligible, and I love that Port Angeles didn't even put that on their radar. You know, they're like, no, let's just see based on criteria if they meet that, they have the need to meet to go to TK rather than keeping them back because of disability. So they do a really nice job here with that. So we got the grant, community partners, early childhood. Next. So this is super cool. This is our district-wide inclusion data, and OSPI has recently, in the last couple of years, really focused on doing a data dive every spring. And what's really key with this data, when we look at what LRE, least restrictive environment, this is our LRE 1 data. So these are students who are at 80 to 100% in general education for their school day. When I say this is cool data, you'll see some ups and downs, and I no longer say anything is statistically relevant because I was taken to task on that during the deposition. So I have no idea if it's statistically relevant. What I do know is that Stevens is super cool, and here's why. Because just before the pandemic hit, we had a special ed PLC going at Stevens that was focused solely on inclusion. And I think it was 2 years ago, I actually did the board report on it. Super cool stuff. It worked. We increased, what is it, like 15%? It worked. And so I want to get back to a point, and the high school did amazing work on their own separately when Ms. Cohn was still here. So, but I want to get back to that because when I saw that, I got really excited. Like, okay, we were on to something there. So, continuing to do that good work with that. And lastly, so outlook and growth. Like I started with, we continue to grow, and I continue to adjust our programs for that growth. So we have a continuum from the Resource 1 classroom all the way through. For next year, we are adjusting. We have a developmental kindergarten that was originally grown out of the idea that our highest needs kids were only being exposed to half days. When kindergarten became full day, and so the original reason behind it is no longer there. What also occurs is you have a kid who might be developmental preschool at Roosevelt, goes to Hamilton for developmental kindergarten the next year, and then maybe goes to Franklin for R2. So you have your highest need kid transitioning 3 times in 3 years. So based on growth, based on adjustment, Michelle and I met with the folks at Hamilton, and we have converted their developmental kindergarten now to a primary grade, so a K2 R2 program, and they actually were quite receptive of that, again, the idea that a little more stability for our kids. We've expanded for next year another R2 program at the high school. We're going to have 17 kids in one class, and that does not bode well for the instruction we're looking at. We've also,
What's R2?
I'm sorry, Resource 2. So Resource 2 is what was traditionally considered we call a life skills classroom, a self-contained classroom. It's for students that typically have severe and profound needs. We've also expanded our transition program for next year with our contract with the county, to have students in their last 2 years of eligibility for school be able to be with a job coach and work with the community. So, and then lastly, the professional development piece is just continuing to work on inclusion, doing the great work with transition kindergarten and developmental preschool, and then getting back on track with the work we started at Stevens and moving that to other schools.
Questions? you something. You're magic. you have just done, I mean, I remember the old days, okay? I'm the only one sitting here tonight who remembers the old days, and you've really taken this SPED program and just made it wonderful. Thank you so much, and for all your teachers and all your staff and the paras who work with the special. I know that's where most of our paras are, am I correct on that? Or SPED paras, and they do professional development with the teachers, or do they do professional development for the paras and then another one for the teachers? How does that?
It just kind of depends on the nature, like a right response or de-escalation crisis training that's done in conjunction. Just depends on the topic.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for waiting, last but not least. And we appreciate what you do, Pam, every day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I can tell our kids are in capable hands.
Yes,
Really.
they are.
Thank you.
Good for us and good for them. Okay. People want to take a break?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay, we're just gonna stand up. Does everybody want to stand up for the rest of the meeting? No, okay. All right, so we're now moving on to action items. Marty's gonna give us an update on strategic planning.
Yeah, so we're well underway for our strategic planning process. Remember, it's kind of 3 phases. Phase 1, community survey. Phase 2, focus groups based on the data collected from the community survey. Phase 3 is development of the plan. And so I've invited Ann Ranker to come out this evening and share with you a summary of the data from the inclusive survey, as well as next steps and focus group protocol and groupings that we're scheduling as we speak. So with that, Ann, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi everybody, thank you so much for having me here again. So this is an opportunity to give you sort of a brief overview about the survey data that has come in. I want to be very, very clear though, is that I am being highly objective at this point about the data, because we're really being very, very careful to make sure the community knows no plans are in place. Their voice matters, this whole process matters. So I will tell you objectively what I see in the data, but I'm not offering any opinions about the data. So I just want to make sure that that's really clear. The document that you see on the screen right now is basically a very high level summary of the data that you will not see if you looked at the live link now and saw the results coming in. So this is just a little bit more detail looking at the data. So this document is an opportunity for you to be able to, and I think the idea was, Marty, for me to just be very high level here, right, and not go through question by question. So let me give you an example of what you will find here. So if you see question 1 and 2 here, those are questions when you look at the survey that they're asking very black and white questions. So what I did is went into the data and for 1 and 2 and then just showed some additional demographics that are important as we look at the pool of responses that came in. For example, 18.6% of the respondents have lived in Port Angeles for 5 years or less. So that way you just know that it's about almost 20% of the people in the survey have been in Port Angeles for a significantly smaller period of time than some other people. Maybe that influences things, maybe it doesn't, but that's an example of the demographics you won't have to do your own math for. Probably the most important piece for you all here tonight is question 4. Question 4 took the top 5 priorities. Question 4 asked respondents, if you had to name what your 3 top priorities are in your household, what are they? So what I did is went back in and we looked at the top 5 just so the board could have a bigger picture here. And so that data sentence reads, 52% of respondents chose programs to support readiness for life after high school as one of their top 3 priorities. Right? So that gives you the top 5. So you'll see in order, most to least, those are the top 5 that the community chose as their major priorities. This then became one of the most important questions for the focus groups. which was to ask people for additional information about those priorities. You'll see here, question 5 gives you an example of what we did with the open-ended responses. You will actually see, we don't have it up on the screen tonight, but it is in your board packet. You will see that I actually went in and quantified every single one of those open-ended responses. This is an anthropological methodology, and what it does is literally ensure people that we not only read every single response you put in the survey, but we took the time to quantify them, so that way the board and the rest of the community have an idea of exactly what were the percentages involved with some of those trend responses. So question 5, question 11, and question 20 all went through that extraordinary additional disaggregation. I would say that what I have in this document here then are the top 5 of those open-ended responses. So the top 5 open-ended responses for question 5, question 11, and question 20 are also in this document for you. What I also did was take some data that was, we asked people for about individual programs, did some additional data work for you so you would get a chance to be able to see what it looked like in terms of a bell curve on a 5-point scale. So I have aggregated the 2 top points and the 2 lowest points so you can get a read of what that looks like overall in terms of satisfaction. Question 7 had such an enormous response in terms of the open-ended responses, and you'll see why that's important in a minute. When we asked people about the balanced calendar, if you see, we are basically in a dead heat between the people who like the idea and the people who don't like the idea. There are only 10% about of the population who are neutral on this subject. But I will tell you that one of the responses that came up over and over and over again in the open-ended responses is this needs more airtime from the community. So because you all were so gracious in giving Marty the discretion to be able to talk to me about the methodology, we moved this question into the focus groups. So now the focus groups are being asked, here's what happens, you're split right down the middle, what should the board of directors need to know? So we were able to take places because of this methodology and make sure we're elevating it for community interaction. Okay? What you also see I did for questions 8 and questions 9, the data is represented in an average. Well, what does an average mean, right? If you have 10 respondents and the average is 5, it could mean that they all rated everything 5, which is very different from some of them rating it a 10 and some of it rating a 0. So what this does is show you that for the responses that were rated an average of 5, the major response was also right straight down the middle, right? So the average is representative of the responses. So you'll see that for question 8 and for question 9, right? That's just to give you a legit, what does that average look like, okay? Here you'll see, this was a question that a lot of you asked about, had to do with the bond, and what did people think about the bond? Once again, that open-ended question was tabulated. That had more open-ended responses than any of the other questions in the survey. There were over 400 open-ended responses to this particular question. Here are the top 5 of the open-ended responses that Community Voice wanted the board of directors to be able to consider as they were looking at the issues about the bond. Okay? And then you'll see here, what I also did was I aggregated when we asked people questions about particular programs. You have an opportunity to see how households rated programs based on these particular indicators. And again, I did the same kind of aggregation of the 2 high points on the scale and the 2 low points on the scale. So you actually have an opportunity to be able to see some trends there. Yes?
The header on that one has a special ed twice.
Oh, I'm sorry. It should, the very last one should be high cap. We changed that in our document, Marty, but it didn't end up changing in this one because this had been conveyed. So that should be high cap.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So it's special education, English learner, and high cap.
Okay.
And then finally, here's question 20, which is what other thoughts do you have? And again, what I did was I took all the open-ended responses, and you will see the top 5 of them here. So this is what other people wanted you to know. That question is also the third question that we are asking our focus groups, because they have an opportunity to be able to give us additional information after they have thought about it.
And so that's the 30,000-foot view and a summary of the Inclusive Community Survey. What you'll find on your board docs is also it's titled ICS Report Public Data. That has every one of the comments.
Every
So
one
if
of
you
the
want to
comments.
read every comment,
Quantify.
yes. It is there under the second item under your board agenda item, so that's for your reading as well. Back to you, Ann.
Thank you. And again, I ranked them all then from most to least, and you will see that I have included not only the percentage based on the number of responses, but also the abject raw number, so then that way you know what are we really looking at here. And the idea, again, is to be able to show our community that we are being as 100% transparent with these results, and that you are literally having the opportunity to be able to read and view what those comments look like when they're compared with each other in terms of statistical percentages. And then finally, this is the PowerPoint that we are delivering to each of the focus groups. And so it's basically short. We've designed the focus group experience to take just about an hour. We are doing Zooms with school staff, but we are also including a Zoom option when we do live here, so that people always can have the opportunity to Zoom in rather than say they weren't able to be included if they were sick, childcare, whatever the issue was. So basically what we do is Marty starts off by introducing the topic and then explains to everybody that there are no plans in place. This is truly a grassroots effort, and the voice of the community is the platform for this plan. So then we move to the next slide. We make sure to include Klalom in the languages of welcome here as well. Okay, Jenny, thank you. Then here are the 3 points that Marty makes about the process itself, and that this is all information that's going directly to the board of directors. We let people know that there are 3 prompts. We also keep an electronic option in case people are not able to handwrite. So then that way they can either speech to text. We also leave this Padlet link open, so that if people think of something within 24 hours after the focus group, how many of you have thought of the perfect thing to say on the way home from the meeting? Right? Well, that's how the brain works. That's how the brain works. So we say to people, if you think of anything else, you can go back in here and write this in. Now, this link here is not a live link anymore. This is the link we use for the Kiwanis. We have a different Padlet link for every focus group. That keeps the data totally clean when it comes into me. I then can archive that data, put it in a folder for Marty, so then that way the board also has an opportunity to see all of this data. For people who handwrite their responses, I type them verbatim into the Padlet, so we just have one collection point for each focus group. That way the board will also be able to see the responses of the focus group through the lens of the group, right? Because families who have early learning are going to tell you something different, perhaps, than CTE families, right? So we want to make sure that the data is clean so you all can do your due diligence as you see the results come in. We give people the opportunity, then we give them the prompt, give them a chance to ask questions, think, write their responses. Then we move to the next prompt. Again, think, ask questions if they want, write the responses, and then finally, the very last question, and that pretty much takes you through the focus group protocol.
You've done 1, 2,
2. I had the second one today. We did the K-6 elementary staff this afternoon via Zoom. So we've concluded 2, and then I have the PTO families in this room tomorrow night at 5:30. And we will have a Zoom option as well as the in-person option.
And so the also, Jenny, can you pull up our focus groups?
Yes.
On your board doc, you will also have the focus groups that we've targeted, and the date and the time. So if you have a desire to attend any of those, you're welcome to do so.
Is it here?
So, there's our schedule. As you can see, we have a number of groups to include staff, PTO, CTE industry, child care providers, high-cap families, student group, Lincoln High, and Seaview, community members and business, parents and guardians, just a global. We have a middle school, classified staff that are outside of each of the buildings, McKinney-Vento, student group of Port Angeles High School, retirees and senior center, family, special education families, Lower Elwha Klalom Tribe, and our college. So those are the targeted focus groups at this time. And once you review those and you have any other desire to add a focus group item, let me know. Or a focus group delivery to a group, let me know. When we did this we used the Kiwanis. I'm the president of the Noontime Kiwanis Club. And when we used this as that kind of our test run, we had very good responses by Kiwanians, and we're appreciative of the process. We asked for constructive feedback, and I received 2 very detailed compliments and no suggestions for improvement.
May I add one thing?
Yes.
Mr. Superintendent, is that if you do happen to go onto the website to look for focus groups, you will not see special education families, and you will not see McKinney-Vento families, because those people have the right to confidentiality of their status. So what it will just show is like family, but there are invitations that are going out specifically to those people from people who have confidentiality opportunity on the staff. But just in case you went in, I didn't want any of you saying, where's McKinney-Vento families on here? Well, we can't.
So at this stage, we're collecting all of this information. So you have a lot of information to review today. We're collecting all this information from each of the focus groups with the intent of taking all of that data and then working together as a board and guidance to create our strategic plan with a mountain of data. You're going to have really good data, and as Anna and I spoke last week, I was really impressed to see the top 5 initiatives that rose to the surface. Quite frankly, would be the top 5 that I think our district should focus on. You have the social emotional learning, you have successful transitions to adulthood, you have CTE programs, STEM programs,
buildings.
What's that?
Facilities. Buildings, yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
and then facilities.
No, that's
So-
really.
So using this process, I think, we're going to get a really valuable document that represents the desires and the hopes and the dreams of our community. And each of us.
Well, Ian, thank you. We're in the midst of it, huh?
So at this point in time,
Nice
what I would
work.
like to ask, thank you, Ann, for that. You don't have to leave just yet, but I would like just a little bit of time based on the protocol that we're using, the documents that you reviewed. Is there anything else that you would like Ann and I to represent to make sure at the end of this process in mid-June you have the data you want and need to move into development?
I'm good. I assume that you're ready to take on another focus group if another group comes forward, right? Because it seems like I look at that list and I'm like, well, I look back at it, it's there, but so it seems pretty inclusive and it's covering a lot of bases. I'm just kind of wondering, at some point we might turn over a stone and find some.
Yep.
So here's the beautiful thing about the process, and I very much appreciate your lens here, which is that it has inherent flexibility about the number of focus groups. We don't want 100 focus groups,
No.
because then that totally blurs the purpose of a focus group. However, we have the opportunity, and should Marty, right, or one of you make a suggestion, it is very easy for us to add another group. So that way we make sure that all of the voices that you are going to be relying on when you make these large decisions, that those voices will be clearly available to you.
And what's the calendar for them to end this?
Approximately mid-June. We've set the first week of May through mid-June to go out on our focus group initiative.
Okay.
So we have a little bit of flexibility on the back end. Most of our focus groups are completed by the first week of June.
Okay.
So I think this is going to be a tremendous process, and in the end will give us a phenomenal strategic plan that truly represents what our community wants and desires. And you'll have a lot of data to do so. So I'm really excited to see the progress of the planning.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Marty. I'm really, really pleased with what you've organized and developed and the work that Ann's done. I'm really pleased.
It's going to be
Feel that
interesting to see.
It will give us important data.
Yeah, I really like the process.
And based on today, where I'm thinking today, and this is subject to discussion, not tonight, I think we're late enough, but, I would, I've been kicking around the idea, how do we get to the end result, right? How do we take all of this data and create the plan? I don't think it's a board function to actually sit down and write the plan, but you're gonna have all the data. I think what we need to do once we reach that point is, infuse all that data with our board so that we can have dialogue and conversation as to the desire of the board based on the data, and then task and myself, our administrative team, to write the plan, come back in another work session, share it, collect more feedback, do that several times throughout the summer until we manipulate and navigate address the document to a spot where all 5 board members say, yeah, this is where we're at, in hopes that that's September 1st of 2022.
Okay.
So, and that'll take several sessions this summer, but it won't actually require the board to sit down and do all of the work, but direct the work of our administrative team and our hired consultant.
Do you have the capacity for that?
Yes, during the summer we absolutely do.
Okay.
If you ask me right now, it's no. But summer, yes.
Capacity, that seems to be the word.
Capacity is the word of the day.
That is the word,
It's got
yeah.
a little pin that says capacity.
Yeah.
So I know tonight's late, it's late tonight, but if you have anything else, any other feedback you would like us to consider in this process, please don't hesitate to reach out. This was meant to be just an update on where we're at and keep you apprised, and happy, I hope, with the process.
I'm very happy.
Yep.
Thank you, Ann.
Thanks, Ann.
Thank you, Ann, very much. You
Thank
did
you very
a
much,
good
Ann.
job.
Thanks,
We appreciate you. Okay, well, let's move on. We're at 9.02, approval of resolution 2022-04, National School Nurse Day. Would somebody move that?
I will move to approve the resolution.
I second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Resolution is approved. Moving to 9.03, approval of the first reading of policy 2140, guidance and counseling to comprehensive school counseling programs.
I move to approve the first reading of policy 2140.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The first reading passes. 9.04, approval of retiring policy 2250, alternative programs policy, and this is a WASDA suggestion. So, do I hear a motion?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll move on to 9.05, approval of the first reading of policy 2320, field trips, excursions, and outdoor education.
I move to approve this.
Okay,
I second it.
thank you. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. 9.06, and this is another retirement. Approval of retiring policy 6119, uncollected non-tax revenue.
I'll move.
Okay, do I have a
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? I know there was an issue here.
This is a county function, so we don't need to have a policy.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. 9.07, approval of the first reading of policy 6905, site acquisition.
I will move to approve this.
I second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. 9.08, approval of the first reading of policy 6955, maintenance of records and project supervision to maintenance of facilities records.
I'll move. I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. 9.09, discussion and action on secondary 22-23 start time. And might I make a suggestion here?
Yes.
Would somebody move that we put this on the, can we move it to the next meeting to take action on?
Yeah, you can move.
Because
Yeah,
I know that Sarah
absolutely.
wanted to talk about this.
Okay. We will need to take action that evening if we're gonna make the change. So,
Okay.
we're gonna butt up right up to the time frame. If we're gonna make a change to school schedules, then, we need time to be able to make that happen before,
Well,
so-
in that case,
No, that's okay. I mean, but kind of my own, stop point is our next meeting. If we
Okay.
can't get to resolution there, then it won't be, possible for the next school year.
Okay.
I'll have to have a motion to do that.
What do you
I'll
require?
make a motion to move this to next meeting, the next meeting.
A second?
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded that we add this to the next meeting agenda. All in favor say aye.
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 Marty, will you just remind us of that at the next meeting when it comes up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just remind us of the urgency of it?
Yes.
So we don't dither.
Yeah, we'll put it first
Yeah.
on this part. of the
Yep.
agenda. Okay.
Andy, made the motion, who seconded it?
No, I didn't make the motion.
I
Katie
made
made
the motion.
I second.
Katie and Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we're at 9.010, approval of architect firm. I'm going to leave this to Marty.
Yeah, so, you all were part of the interview process last week, and I think we, came to the conclusion that we had, 3 very capable architectural firms to, consider for hiring for the Stevens Middle School project. The consensus last week was Integris, was the, consensus bringing, and when we came to consensus, they were the #1 rated. Not necessarily each of your #1 rateds, but that was our consensus. And so Nolan and I on Monday did some reference checks, called Bremerton School District, Fort Townsend School District, North Mason School District, and
Central
one other,
Kitsap.
Central Kitsap, thank you. Central Kitsap School District. And the conversations with each of the individuals that we spoke with were very positive in their interactions. What you saw that evening on how Integris shared with us, they're truly not coming in with an agenda to force, their design plans on us. That was truly what we heard from each of those conversations, is they're good listeners, they're willing to meet local demands and expectations for their buildings. And, with any project of this size, there are a few things, that just happen, with regards to design and maybe errors and omissions, but nothing of any major magnitude that would concern either Nolan or myself around this firm being of high quality and the ability to carry out this function. So with that being said, I would recommend to the board this evening that you authorize our school district to enter into contract negotiations with Integris for hiring them for the design of Stevens Middle School.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move. Nice second.
All right, well, it's been moved and seconded that we go into contract negotiation with Integris as our architectural firm. Any other discussion? And all in favor say aye.
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 Very exciting.
This
There
is
we go.
exciting, wonderful, thank you very
There we
much.
go. Exciting.
I do see that we have no community comment. If you just wait long enough.
This is how we wait them out.
So let's go to
No wonder no one comes.
Board of Director comments. I'm going to call on Luke first because he has been at the scholarship thing tonight, and I think he has some news to tell us.
Oh, good.
I got some scholarships.
Yay!
Yay!
There is also over $400,000 worth of scholarships from this community and over $2 million total.
Overall.
So that was
That gives me
incredible.
that is
I think
Ridiculous, yeah.
I think a lot of times, you get through the middle of the year, and a lot of times students start to debate how much they're being supported, how much the community believes in them, and this is really, really powerful to say that the community is there for them and that they want them to succeed.
I wish we could have seen it.
Yeah.
It's an amazing night when this happens. I was listening to the Ed Foundation talk about how many they had given, and oh wow, this community is incredible. Okay.
And I mean, it's on these green packets, but it's a sheer amount of different community
Oh, okay,
organizations.
good. Well, and
Absolutely
we all
incredible.
have copies of that.
Where are you
Anything
going to
else,
school?
Luke?
I'm going to Western Washington for music ed.
Oh,
Cool.
wonderful. Yay.
And I want to come back here.
All right. That's even more wonderful.
That is wonderful.
What
It's a
great-
win-win for us.
Yeah, that is a win-win for us.
So-
Well, anything else you need to tell us about high school?
Yeah, so I honestly haven't had time to reach out to all the different people, AP testing and all that stuff going on. I can tell you, Navy Ball's this Saturday. We're super excited about that.
Yeah.
We're having it at the Elks this year instead of Burton, which is fitting because it's a Naval Elks
Yeah.
Lodge. So,
Yeah, that's
great.
Sports, spring sports, spring sports are all sort of wrapping up. Most of them have been pretty successful. They've completed league and starting to go on to districts now. So I'll have an update for you guys at the next meeting about that too. Stuff is wrapping up. AP testing is almost over. That's early. Yeah, all the fun stuff is wrapping up. So
Good.
yeah.
I just realized you're gonna have Dr. Ray again.
Yeah, that's like one of the reasons I wanted to go.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be-
Nice.
Nice.
I didn't put that together, but that's right.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the only other thing
Dr.
is,
Ray, he's the revenue stream program.
yeah.
And he teaches
At Western?
He's
Oh.
now a professor at Western.
Okay.
Cool.
I didn't know that.
In the music ed.
Yeah, he's the assistant music ed teacher. So the only thing else I wanted to bring up is just, I think the board needs to take a look at Care for Strong for next year. I am not a fan of it. I understand that it is a lot of importance for other students as well. But what I've seen throughout the course of the year is that it's getting used less and less. And I don't know if that's a byproduct of, we're back in school, we have those connections, we're building those through doing. So, we just need to take a look at, is it being used effectively? And what's its purpose in our schools? And how can it best help the people?
Okay, thank you. Jake, any comments?
Yeah, I attended the Safe Schools meeting. Marty was there too. And Ann Chastain gave a presentation. She's an emergency management coordinator. So she essentially goes to schools or fire districts and advises them on how to go about creating good emergency plans, as well as, and then she talked to us a little bit about FEMA, but mostly it was about ICS, which I believe is the Incident Command Structure? System, Incident Command System, which was really interesting for me, just to, you have a plan, something goes wrong, and here it is, and it was really interesting to find out like how you pick a principal, rather than, if there's an incident and Marty shows up, he's just in charge. It's whoever responds to the event first becomes the principal, and they're in charge because they have the most information, and then everyone moves in to support them, and there's a structure in place and how that system works. And I thought it was a really effective way to handle crisis. You're not supplanting the person who's been there the whole time handling, so I really like that. And then I went to the wellness meeting, which was great. There was a lot of really good discussion. And we touched on topics of food in schools. The community garden was a big topic. We got I think the biggest focus was the emotional health of our students, and the effects of COVID, and where they are right now, the trauma that they've been through, and how to improve that. So of course Becca had a lot to say, and the Known Clinic helps a lot. And then, of course we talked about social media and the effects of cell phones on mental health of students.
Good.
Yep. And we decided we wanted to have a more organized discussion because we had so much to talk about that we're going to have another meeting next week, so we can kind of condense some of the information and try to get more call it cohesive bullet points that we can begin to start working on.
Thank you. Mary?
Well, I will just comment on selecting an architect. That was such an exciting experience last week, and I just left with so much enthusiasm about the future and what we're planning, and I felt that together we reached a consensus that I felt really positive about.
Mickey? Okay, well, I attended PAEF, which is the Ed Foundation, where they made the announcement of all the things they were sponsoring. Of the amount of money was huge. Also went to a field hall events meeting and Marty was there as one of the panelists this week, and had a long discussion prior to that with the new director, and he is really enthusiastic. They're setting aside money so that the schools can request artists coming into the schools, and they will be paid a living wage to do that. And so I think there are going to be some really exciting things happening, both in music and performing arts and fine arts for our students in the future. So that's what I did. Marty?
Yeah, so I'm just going to keep it short, so make sure you mark your calendar for the graduation parade for Lower Elwha tribal members. The best place to view this will be the Tribal Center. That's where they do a kind of a celebration at the end of the parade. Number 2, I just lost it. It's really late. I had a second item. On your last opportunity, please take a look at the flyer that's on your desk. If you have any kind of suggestions, edits, changes, we need to know tomorrow, because we have to press print. This is by 10 o'clock. This is it's been well vetted. Our PACAC has spent a lot of time digesting it and working through it. So, but if you see anything else that you want us to beef up, please let us know ASAP, okay? And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, and our next meeting is?
The next meeting is typically the longest meeting of the year.
So bring your jammies and your toothbrush.
I say that,
Jammies and toothbrush.
oh my gosh, we're at the longest meeting of the year, so May's going to be brutal. Thursday, May 26th, Lincoln Center, room 208, this room, at 7 p.m. We will have Port Angeles High School report, Port Angeles Port Angeles High School Student of the Month, maintenance and operations balance calendar report, WIAA membership resolution, CTE athletics and music reports, Youth United letters in service. We will have April financial report, enrollment report, and student representatives to the board of directors recognition. So be here, Luke.
I have lots of things to do that.
Okay, good.
Start that at 3 o'clock, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, we can fly to Cabo in that amount of time.
7 o'clock, and we're going to try to not do an executive session for you that evening. So
Oh,
we'll
thank
start
you
at
so
7.
very
We've
much.
been working for
I don't believe you, but thank
5
you.
hours, 5 hours straight, so we like to
Lot could
work hard
happen
around
between
here.
Yeah, and with that,
Thank you.
this meeting is adjourned.
Here, this is